Hello and welcome everybody. I'm glad to be back. I've been off for an entire week, but we are back on this wonderful Sunday evening or morning, depending on where you're watching from. But I'm excited because there is going to be a tournament happening today that we're going to be commentating. Of course, it is a Challenger Cup, and it could not be a much more exciting one because, of course, we've got some new cards in the game recently that I haven't even been live yet since they added these cards. But of course, it's been big news over the course of the last week. And we're going to be hosting a tournament today, seeing all those new cards in action. Well, I don't know about all of them, but definitely some. We'll talk about that in a second. But I think it's going to be an exciting tournament. And I'm also going to be back, of course, for the upcoming days to be trying those cards myself as well. Today, we're going to be watching some people playing some of those new cards. So I thought before we hop into the first round, which is about to start in a couple of minutes, why don't we go and take a quick look at the cards that have come out? I've already gotten the cards for myself. I've already played with it a little bit. You know, I was off the week, but I still played some Master Duel, of course. So I did already mess around with some of these cards, but of course, it is a very, very impactful pack, not only for this tournament today, but this is also going to have pretty big implications, I think, for the upcoming regional qualifiers for the Master Duel World Championships, of course, because I do think there are cards in here that will have an impact on the metagame for that tournament. That's how good some of these cards are. Of course, that is... Let me filter by newly added cards here. So we're gonna be seeing some of this today. I am pretty sure we're gonna see a decent chunk of these cards today. The question is just which exactly. So of course, let's start left to right. We've got the new Mermail support here, Mermail Atlantean in full power, basically. We've got the new Poseidra Exceed. We've got Mermail Shadow Squad. We have, I think it's a super rare, Abyss Rin, the Atlantean Spirit, or Abyss Rhine. I don't know exactly how you say it. You have, as a rare, surprisingly enough, where is it? The Mermail King Neptibus, as well as Poseidra, the Storming Atlantean. So I think this is a very, very relevant archetype to be releasing in Master Duel. Potentially a pretty powerful deck, especially in a best-of-1 format. But of course, even more important to me, the new Fiendsmith support is here. We've got Fiendsmith Agnum Day, one of my favorite cards in the Fiendsmith archetype to play with. Very fun. As well as, of course, Lacrima the Crimson Tears, which is going to make that Fiendsmith engine so much stronger. But not only engine, also, I do think this now makes Fiendsmith control variations basically full power and a force to be reckoned with in Master Duel. I think that's very cool. So I've already that was the first thing I built with these cards is I built a Fiendsmith control version, which I thought was very cool. I made some ladder games with it. It's actually pretty nice. But that's not it. We also have the new Punk cards actually, which is a very interesting one because these cards are not even out in the TCG yet. These cards are completely new for us, basically. Even I have personally never played with these cards before, but they look pretty promising. You know, no Punk Rising Scale as well as Punk Jam Fever. Pretty good cards. Very, very good cards. So I think there's a chance we're going to see some of those as well. And then there's also Lightstorm Dragon. Lightstorm Dragon is a pretty good extra deck tool for the Blue Eyes strategies. So that is also something to be reckoned with, I think, in these games. You know, it gives Blue Eyes a much better matchup into spell and trap card heavy decks. You know, like that's pretty solid as well. And then honorable mention, which I don't know if we're gonna see them today, but there is the Argostars cards, which I'm personally a fan of Argostars. I think the concept is pretty cool. I don't know if we're gonna see it in today's tournament, as well as the new Evil Heroes. So it's an exciting day to return to Master Duel streams. So I'm glad to be here once again. Thank you to Konami for hosting these Challenger Cups and giving people the opportunity to play in these tournaments. We're going to be checking out the first round right away. I'm just going to grab the spectate code and then we're going to see which of these new cards are going to find their ways into our feature matches today. I'm just grabbing the I am just grabbing the spectate code and then we're going to be hopping right in. Also, let me turn on the in-game music. You guys let me know if it's too loud or too low. I can adjust it. Spectate. And in we go. All right, the first round has just begun. Games are underway, so we can select one to jump into. Why don't we go ahead? I'm just going to pick a random one without any further consideration. Let's jump into table number 2 here. And we're going to be seeing what duelists have brought for this first feature match. All right, we have selected going first over here. Lou with a U. 41 cards over there versus 40 at the bottom. White Forest, is it? Okay. Gets ashed here on the LZ. That is a pretty good choke point for the deck. Pretty rough sometimes you get ashed on the LZ. At least we paid the cost with a card that will come back for free. And we have a normal summon of Rushia. Not what you want to be starting with. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be passing. That Ash Blossom on the LZ did hurt, but we were able to get Black Gold Labs into the graveyard. Reinforcement of the army here. For an Argostars Glorious Adra. Okay. Let's see it. I'm excited. Show me what these Argostars cards can do. We're getting Effect Veiler on the Glorious Arda, which would have just made it so the opponent cannot activate cards in response. Then there is the Woes of the White Forest in the battle phase here, fusing a Synchro Summoning with the LZ to make a Silvera. That's going to place the Ardra face down, as well as trigger the search effect of the LZ Azamina. Now, I would expect the Argostars deck to be a relatively trap-heavy deck, so I wouldn't be surprised if in main phase 2 we saw set 3 or set 4, which wouldn't be the worst spot to be in here. You know, like, the White Forest deck so far is not applying the most pressure, so if you can just set some powerful trap cards here, I think there's a world where that can be fine. Set 1. Set 2 more, so that's 3 total. And I think we're gonna calling it a turn here. Okay. 3 set cards, not the worst. I mean, so far the opponent does not have the biggest board yet. However, that LZ is still in hand, of course. Ooh, Statue of Anguish pattern. Gonna get right into poppin'. That is, of course, a card that is very familiar with everyone in the TCG at the moment. Statue of Anguish pattern is a trap card that summons itself as a monster, and then whenever you summon another monster by a trap card, you can destroy a card on the field. So, of course, using that one first indicates that we have other trap cards that we can summon. It is not once per turn. Yes, every single trap card that you can summon out from the spell trap zone now will be able to destroy a card, essentially. Okay, we have a Deception of the Sinful Spoils after the LZ has resolved. Tried Fiends with Metalmorph because the level 1 Metalmorph can become Light Fiend. Yeah, but I've tried that too. It can work. It can work. All right, Diabells is going to try to add the Wanted back from the graveyard, but will be hit with an Infinite Impermanence. Does Black Hole specify monster cards? So the Black Hole Labs, you declare a monster card name, which is funny because I think you cannot declare Statue of Anguish pattern with it, because that is not a monster card, right? There is no monster card in the game that is called Statue of Anguish pattern, so I don't think you can declare Statue of Anguish pattern with the Black Hole Labs. It's a very funny interaction that I have never thought about ever, but I think you're onto something. I think they cannot use the Black Hole Labs right now to stop the Statue of Anguish pattern, which is very funny. I've never encountered this. Can't wait to see Dippity today. Oh, right. Dippity is also out now. Yeah. Deputy is also in the game now, which sadly dethrones White Duston as the best target for Fiendsmith Primite. So we might see that, honestly. I think Fiendsmith control variations are going to be pretty cool. All right, anyways, the Statue of Anguish pattern will be able to try and destroy a card now, and it will try to destroy the Arciella here, which looks like is successful, but it can't be destroyed. Illusion and Spellcaster Synchros you control gain 500. Also, they cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Yes. Could not be destroyed. Secret effect. Secret effect on the Arciella here. Uh-oh. Not looking too hot here for the Argostars. However, just a reminder that the Challenger Cups are now, from this season onwards, or at least for this season. I don't know how it's going to be next season, but for now, Challenger Cups are best of 3 right from the start. So this is not necessarily the end for our Argostars duelist. It just means they're going to be most likely, I mean, it's looking like it, they're going to be taking a loss in the first game here, but they are not out yet. So maybe in the second game, if they end up eventually going down in this one, maybe in the second game we can see the Argostars unleash its full power when it goes first. But here we're going to see Moon of the Closed Heaven into into a Requiem to pivot into the Fiendsmith engine as well in this White Forest deck. Will we go for the new Lacrima here? I don't know. We might want to have a level 6 rather. But we will go into the new Lacrima. Okay, new card introduced in the latest pack here, of course, for the first time. That's not going to be the last time we're going to be seeing it today. I'm telling you that much. Lacrima of the Crimson Tears hits the field upon summon, able to send a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the graveyard. And there is Fiendsmith Engraver returning. And Engraver plus Lacrima are going to be making a Fiendsmith sequence here. I got a Royal Rare Lacrima on the first go. I have not been super lucky with Royals on the latest pack. I got Royals, but nothing that I really wanted. What did I get? I got a Deep Sea Diva in Royal, which isn't the worst, I suppose. And then I also got the QQ Enragon, or whatever it's called. One of the super rares. That was one of my Royals that I got, which I don't really... Yeah. How many Lacrimas do you need to pull? Okay, so for, let's say, 95% of decks that are using the Fiendsmith engine, maybe even more, you need exactly 1 Lacrima. There is only very few distinct decks that want to play multiples, which is basically exactly like pure Fiendsmith or Fiendsmith control variations, pretty much. So if you're trying to play one of those, then you need usually those play 3. But for all other intents and purposes, if you're just trying to play the Fiendsmith engine in any other deck, those typically never play more than 1 Lacrima. So I think you're, for the most part, if you needed more than 3 Lacrimas, you would know that. Because then you would basically be planning to play Fiendsmith control. If you're just trying to use the Fiendsmith engine, then just get 1. And that's going to be good enough for that. What about Fiendsmith Primite? In Fiendsmith Primite, for the most part, I also think it's going to be 1 Lacrima. Because in Fiendsmith Primite, you have other normal summons you want to play, right? Like you have the Primite Ether Barrel as your primary normal summon. So that deck also typically 1 Lacrima. Yep. All right, here. Baron the Fleur, SP Little Knight, and some back row versus 2 cards in hand for Argostars. I think that is most likely going to mark the end of the first game here. Lou with a U stopped on the first turn, but able to push further on the second turn. Here we see another new Argostars card. Argostars Fierce Parth gains 700 attack for each Argostar. Well, not even enough time to fully read it. As Marco goes down here in game number 1, but that is not the end of it. Potentially, we have the chance for a comeback. Let's see if Argostars can make it happen for game number 2. Of course, players are submitting 2 deck lists for these Challenger Cups now that they are allowed to swap between however they like. So there's a chance we swap off of the Argostars, but I'm gonna be honest with you, if we have Argostars in the lineup and we can choose to go first, I would expect them to go with Argostars again. But we'll see. What is the advantage of Dippity over White Duston in Fiendsmith Primate? The level, I think, matters because of Chaos Angel mostly. Like if you have a Bestial or an Engraver on the board, being able to make a Chaos Angel with it is pretty neat. And in the case of if you have a Bestial next to it, then you even get to make a Light and Dark Chaos Angel, which is pretty good. So yeah, it's just a level difference that's useful for some stuff. I haven't seen people play rank 4s with it, but technically you could. Now that Lacrima is out, you could make a rank 4 with Lacrima and Dippity. It's not impossible, but yeah. Or Necrocrip. Yes, Necrocrip is also a level 6 Dark. Attack points for Roar. Unfortunately, Dippity is also 0 attack, which means that you cannot use it. You cannot use either for Primate Roar. All right. Let's see what's happening in game number 2 here. If you don't play Chaos Angel, Duston is probably a little better because of higher defense. I guess, yeah, but like Chaos Angel is so powerful that if you have a way to use it, then you probably should. All right, we got Marco going first. The bottom of your screen right now. Game number 2, down a game. Gotta win this and the next one to advance in the tournament. Normal summon Molcharmy Fuvalos. That is not what I expected. Special summon Taketo on board. What does this mean? We are 2 cards in and I still don't know exactly what we're playing. Is this Fiendsmith? No. Silhouette Rabbit. Okay, it looks like it might be the Argostars deck again because we're playing continuous traps that can summon themselves. But definitely not the start you're looking for, I don't think. Looks like we're playing a Speedroid package to make Invoker, because that helps you get to the Glorious Adra. That is something I've seen people do, and we've just gotten unfortunate to draw the Taketenborg instead of the Terror Top, which is not ideal. All right, Silhouette Rabbit gets us to the Statue of Anguish pattern, which is a statement, and then we activate Dimensional Fissure on top of that. Okay, so this is definitely a good card going first. Dimensional Fissure. Let's see if we have a plan for the situation. Depends highly on the deck here, I suppose, whether it's weak. There's some decks that this could be that wouldn't be weak into Dimensional Fissure, but the White Forest deck, like, the White Forest deck is probably like right in the middle, right? Because it definitely doesn't appreciate being under Dimensional Fissure, but because Dimensional Fissure specifically only says monsters, I think White Forest can play to a certain extent, right? Because they're sending spell traps to the graveyard for cost, which you can still do under Dimensional Fissure. Losing all your monsters is still kind of bad though, right? Because all the level 4 tuners in White Forest have a graveyard effect to cycle your synchros back into the extra deck. So like you would be running out of these cards relatively quickly if you are under Dimensional Fissure. So it's kind of weird. Looks like we are ending the main phase here. So we are kind of Are we bluffing an evenly matched? Do we really have an evenly matched here? Are we trying to pass the turn? What is going on here? We are going to the battle phase, but we do not have it. We were just trying to bluff it. Okay. Trying to get some stuff out of Marco here. I mean, it did work to an extent. They did activate the Statue of Anguish pattern. And now we're moving on to the next turn. Cannot really do anything under this Dimensional Fissure here, it looks like. But how much pressure does the Argostars deck really apply? How much pressure? I mean, at this point, we are just attacking with the Silhouette Rabbit, which is going to take us a while. Okay, we have the Swamp Deity ready here, which could have been used to negate a card on the opponent's turn, but we're just going to use it here just to apply more pressure, I think. So we're going to be, I mean, at this point, we're attacking for 3,500, which is decent. Yep, battle phase we go. That's going to be 3,500 here, putting Louis the U down to 4,500. We can take another hit from these two, but it would definitely be risky to just pass the turn again, because they might have another monster that we can just summon out as like a trap that can summon itself, that has some attack points. So definitely not likely to just survive another turn. And there it is, Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, proving that we are once again something with Fiendsmith. It might not be the White Forest again. It could be, but we don't know. But that Fiendsmith package definitely does not appreciate being under Dimensional Fissure, of course, heavily interacting with the graveyard. So Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, can still turn into Requiem under Dimensional Fissure, but then it's banished forever. It can also, the Requiem can still summon an Engraver, I guess. Ooh, Fiendsmith tracked to fuse. And that is probably going to be 2 Light Fiends into a Fiendsmith's Lacrima, which can bring back a Light Fiend from the banished pile. So that's still going to be a 2,400 attacker, reducing the attack points of these monsters, and bringing back this Lacrima from the banished pile. But it is stopped by an Infinite Impermanence here. Still, at the moment, this thing is pretty big. 2,400 is bigger than the monsters we have. So maybe we can make something happen by just attacking. Maybe we can just, like, do something. But Silhouette Rabbit cannot be destroyed. Yeah, Silhouette Rabbit cannot be destroyed. The Swamp Deity can, though. So we're getting rid of that. Have we seen a single Argostars trap yet? Not yet, unfortunately. We've only seen basically Anguish pattern control with the Dimensional Fissure. And in game 1, they got interrupted on the Argostars part in game 1, to be fair. It does not look like this trap is something that can summon itself, right? Because then, if it was, we could have just summoned it and destroyed the Lacrima with the Anguish pattern, but it looks like it's not. That's 10. Interesting. Each time a card or effect is activated, you can place a counter on this card. Monsters gain 100 attack for each access counter on this card. If the 10th access counter is placed on this card, return it to the hand. Set from your deck a continuous trap that summons itself as a monster. It can be activated this turn. Okay. All right, that's 10. Is going to be assembling some counters now. And that's going to make the monsters stronger. And I think that might be enough now. I think we're winning just off of these attack boosts now. Because now the... Oh no, we are actually 100 off. 4,100 right now, plus the 300 off the Anguish pattern if we turned it to attack mode. We are missing 100 damage right now. Maybe we can get there with a link too. IP Masquerena is not stronger though. That is, we've just lost some damage, I feel like. Oh. What are we turning this into? Access code talker. And access code talker, funnily enough, does work under dimensional fissure. Because it does not specify you have to target a material in the graveyard. It just says target one of the materials you used for it and gain the attack points. So access code talker here finishes game 2 in favor of the Argostars. Pretty heavily carried by that dimensional fissure, I would say, in this matchup. I don't know exactly. It looked like it was just the White Forest or some Fiendsmith deck again, where the dimensional fissure just did some heavy lifting here in game 2. But hey, it did get there, and we did see some interesting tech choices at the very least. The that's 10. I was not expecting that one. Have you been? I've been well, Alex. I've been having a good couple of days, and I have already played with the new cards. Just on my own time, you know. I couldn't wait to play some Fiendsmith control and stuff like that. So yeah, I've messed around with them already. We're gonna have a long Master Duel session tomorrow as well on stream, where we're gonna be trying some of the new stuff. But it's been an enjoyable pack for me so far. All right, and we see Lou with the U going first now. And I think we see a change of sleeves here at the top for Marco. So we might not trust the Argostars deck enough for going second with it. Punk was a pleasant surprise. The Punk cards did genuinely surprise me, because I was expecting... I was expecting to get Fiendsmith at some point. The second wave. I was also expecting Mermail at some point. I did not think we were going to get the Punk cards this soon. As we see a Drolan Lockbird here, massively powerful card against White Forest, basically ending the turn on its own here. However, 3 face downs is nothing to scoff at, especially because the Sylvie did search for Azamina. Oh, but Azamina Aphies is not very good if you can't access your extra deck. And we see a Metal Morph deck here at the top. It could be Metal Morph, Bestial, Fiendsmith type is what I would expect, but we'll see. So we're starting things off with Metal Zoa X, which sets the max Metal Morph and then returns itself to the deck. And then we start with Metal Flame Swordsman, who adds any card that mentions max Metal Morph from your deck to your hand. And then itself returns to the deck. Now, we're ashing that. Okay, we don't want them to be able to add anything they want right now, so we are going to ash it. The Swordsman is going to stay in hand for a future turn, however, if there is one. Normal summon of Black Metal Dragon, confirming that it is some sort of hybrid between like the Dragon Link, I suppose. Not really Dragon Link, but it does play Black Metal Dragon as a way to get to the Metal Morph cards as well. Ooh, that's a nice red as Starter's Metal Dragon. I'm curious about Lou with the U's positioning here, because we did go Sylvie of the White Forest, added the Azamina trap card, which kind of... To me, that kind of signals that you already have Woes of the White Forest, because would you really prioritize this card over Woes of the White Forest if you're searching with Sylvie? But I feel like at the same time, if we had Woes of the White Forest, we should have already used it on the Black Metal Dragon, right? On this thing. Because setting this face down is very good. We'll see. Now, the crazy thing about Black Metal Dragon is that its add effect is not once per turn. So bringing it back with Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon and then linking it off again will grant you another search, which in this deck gives you typically access to the new Red Eyes Metal Morph card. I think it's called Red Eyes Metal Claw Dragon or something. I think we're going to see it in a second. Red Eyes Metal Claws Dragon. Yeah, exactly. That's the one. So this one, you send the face down card you control to summon itself. And if it is summoned and you have the max Metal Morph in your graveyard, which we now do, we get to just add a Metal Morph trap from deck or graveyard to the hand. And once we get to another Metal Morph trap here, the other part of Red Eyes Metal Claws Dragon's effect is that you can activate them the turn they're set. So we can set this trap now and it's immediately live to turn this Red Eyes Metal Claws Dragon, because it is a dragon, into the Red Eyes Full Metal Dragon, which can basically negate anything. There it is. Red Eyes Black Full Metal Dragon. 3,800 attack. Untargetable because of max Metal Morph. Untargetable by monsters and spells. And has a negate. Alright, pretty good turn here for Marco, I think. Rough position to be in for White Forest here, but not out of it yet. We still got 5 cards, you know, 3 set, 2 in hand. It's not over. Let's see if we can push through this. We're starting things off with an LZ, sending Azamina Affys. And get ashed on it. That is a huge ash. Like we saw earlier, that might just end the turn of White Forest sometimes, because it's just so massive to get hit with ash on the LZ. Like, you not only do you miss out on the search, but you also miss out on just the ability to special summon the non-tuner from your hand. So you might struggle to get tuner plus non-tuner onto the field. You do get back the Azamina trap here for free, but it cannot actually do anything in this moment. So that's a rough one. We normal summon the LZ. Okay. Does that mean we have a Hails? We do have Hails. We need a illusion or spellcaster on the field. And of course, turn 1 we couldn't use it because we were under the Droll Lockbird. Thing here is, if you want to perform a synchro summon, you have to go for Rushia, right? Because it's the only one that's left to do something. Because you've used your normal summon, so you need to have a special summon here. Actually, you're not even going to get the ad. The Red Eyes Black Full Metal Dragon is going to try and stop it. However, the only thing that can target this card right now is trap cards. And we do have an Infinite Impermanence, which can target it. However, Erratic Seals of the Heavenly Spheres here is chained to probably dodge this Infinite Impermanence by tributing the Red Eyes away. It will no longer be hit by this Infinite Impermanence. And so we can just return the LZ and we negate the Tails. That does work. That does work. Another thing that would have also worked, by the way, is we could have used Seals. This is maybe something I would have even preferred even more. We could have used Seals to tribute itself and then return the Red Eyes Black Full Metal to our own hand, which would have also dodged the Infinite Impermanence, which would have been a possible play. But we chose to do it the other way around, which I guess it does keep the Seals around now for future turns, which is not bad. The question is, can we finish the game this turn? We have a Bestial Magnamute here, which is a good first step, because that's 2,500 attack already on the board. And we are going to be using Metal Flame Swordsman to search for our Metal Illusionist, which is a pretty good card. It sets a Metal Morph trap from the deck, and if max Metal Morph's in the graveyard, which it is, we can even draw a card. So this card just gives us 2 cards upon summon, so we do decide to Effect Veiler it. This card, funnily enough, also has the effect that it can change its typing to anything, which the original purpose of this is, of course, because Max Metalmorph can turn your monsters into different things depending on what type they have. So you're supposed to like change it to dragon to summon out this thing because this requires a dragon to be tributed. You can also just call Fiend, and because it's a light monster, you would then have a light Fiend, which is possible. All right, Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, is being summoned here. Now, the thing is, we do know all the cards for Lu with a U, and that is a LZ and then Azamina Affis set. So those will not help against Appaloosa so far. We need some help off the top of the deck here, and we also have to worry about that Bestial that was just added to the opponent's hand. We start with LZ. You sent that. Imagine an Imperm here. Imagine... Okay, never mind. Never mind. We have another Ash Blossom. We're not even risking the infinite impermanence off the top of the deck. And that's rough. Deception of the Sinful Spoils. Okay, wait a second. Wait a second. Because they don't have the Ash Blossom anymore. This is not something that Appaloosa can interact with. And the Bestial in hand will also not really help here. Gonna go for Murcielago. Here's the thing. If you negate this Murcielago, your Appaloosa is weaker than it. I mean, it's weaker than it anyway, so you might as well negate it, I guess. Oh, the decision... The decision to use the Ash Blossom on the LZ instead of using just Appaloosa on it it might end up costing them here. That might genuinely just be a problem. You might just lose this game from this position, right? Because we now attack over the Appaloosa. The Deception sets itself back in the end phase. If you destroy the Murcielago by battle, it adds a Sinful Spoils from the deck to the hand. And now the trap card is also live, right? Azamina Affis is now a bounce. On field or graveyard, there are Fiend, Illusion, or Spellcaster, which this is, so this is live now. Alright, Druid Worm is going to banish the LZ from the graveyard. But at the moment, it's looking like Azamina White Forest might be clawing its way back into this game, depending on what we can draw off the top here. Kind of need to just link off this Druid Worm to send this Azamina card. Then you're good. But the follow-up for White Forest here is still very good, right? You're going to the battle phase. You're attacking the Azamina? I feel like attacking it here does nothing for you. They do. Okay, that's just going to end up giving the opponent more cards, I feel. Now they have a Wanted in hand, which is going to go crazy next turn. Dude, what a miracle comeback this was. I think I'm ready to call it a comeback. I think Lu with a U is going to take it this turn. I think we have a Deception ready to go. We have Hollowed Azamina in the graveyard ready to add back to hand. We have a Wanted in hand ready to go. Just one card off the top for Mark. I don't think that's going to do it. I don't think that's going to do it. I think somehow we have outmaneuvered this this Bestial Metalmorph deck. Hollowed Azamina activated. Change the Wanted. Maybe a Miracle Bell? Ash Blossom is not the same as Bell in this interaction, however. Okay, you did not have to do that, all right? That was not necessary. You did not need to draw that. Why'd you do that to him? Yep. Problem. That is definitely a problem. right, there's the Ilya Sylvia hitting the board. Not that there is even anything left that you could negate with it, but for good measure, I guess. Activate Deception. Send Deception for the Argostars. It might not be game this turn, actually. It might not be game this turn, because I don't know if we can really get to more than this. We have Morian, though, which puts a card face down. We have Ilya Sylvia that negates a card. Yeah. It's not gonna be game this turn, but I think the attacks here gonna be putting Marco lower than anything. Like, next turn it's gonna be enough for sure, and the Ilya Sylvia basically just checks whatever they can draw off the top of the deck here. So I don't know how we can try and make our way back from this one. It's looking like White Forest takes this game 3 from Marco here. Why would Bell and Ash be different there? So the way when someone goes hollowed, chain wanted, what they want to do is they want to send the wanted from the field because it's still there. If you use Ghost Bell on wanted, because Ghost Bell negates the activation, the card is not on the field. The card is not considered. Did you just say we take those? No, dude. That was the only win con. What? How'd you fight this game for so long? Came back all the way just to disconnect right at the end? Nah. What? What? Oh my god, come on, man. That is the most unfortunate disconnect I've seen, man. Oh god, alright. Man. Oh god. Do we have any other games still going on? I don't think so. Alright. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay, well, I guess that was our round of top 256. It was a little bit of a quicker one because I don't think there were actually that many. We didn't, the cup wasn't full. It was not the full 256 people. It was not quite there. So we didn't have like a full round. A lot of people got buys into the top 128. So I don't think there's anyone left playing. And I'll be back with you guys in a second. I'm just gonna go grab some water real quick and have a very short break until the top 128 are going to start. It was definitely a start to the day. Definitely some interesting games there. Did not expect to beat that Argostars would be the first thing out of the new pack that we would see today, but here we are. And I guess they're advancing into the top 128, so we'll see how that'll go for them in the future. We'll be right back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh to be played with the new cards today. I'll see you guys very, very soon. All right, duelists, here we are back, ready for the top 128. Most of the duelists have already found their seats, and we are going to be spectating. I believe. Why don't we go at it? Which one should we go? Should we go? Let's go table 3, huh? Some names I've definitely heard before in previous Challenger Cups. So let's go ahead and tune into table 8 as soon as it begins, which should be soon. And then once they're finished, we can also see if there's some other matches still going on. So yeah, now that we've seen Argostars, which I didn't think was going to be the first thing we're going to see out of the new pack, what else are you excited for? Because I do know there's definitely stuff in the new pack that is meta relevant, right? But like, what are you guys expecting to be the best? Or rather, what do you guys think has the most chances at being relevant for the upcoming Duelist Cup and Master, like Worlds qualifiers as well? Like, you think it's Fiendsmith? You think it's Mermail? Maybe it's Punk? I don't know. Like, I think the Punk cards are looking pretty strong. I've only played against one Punk player so far in rated, but I lost that one. I lost to Punk when I played against it. That deck seemed pretty strong. Anyways, we're seeing a Fiendsmith tracked here, which does not technically tell us exactly what it is. However, we are rocking the Fiendsmith sleeves and the new Fiendsmith mate. So maybe it is just a Fiendsmith deck here as well. Ashon tracked, certainly a good start here. And looks like that's actually going to force us to pass. Okay, that was the only starter we had there. Passing it over to the opponent. Now 5 cards in hand. And a battle phase. Normal summon of Neptibus. That's not what you want to see. That is not what you want to see when you just pass with an open board. That is a problem. All right. Sending Atlantean Dragoons for cost from the deck to the graveyard. Definitely gonna need some help here. There's Poseidra the Storming Atlantean added to the hand off of Neptibus, and of course Dragoons activating. Could chain a Droll and Lockbird here, but we do not have it apparently. There's the Deep Sea Minstrel, which we'd have to reveal our hand to this one. Minstrel and Dragoons again. Are we going to reveal the hand here? Honestly, you could consider not letting this happen and just concede, I suppose, if you don't want to show. Yep, that's what they try to do. They are not oh. All right, well, you retry that. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I think I agree with this. If you're in this position where your hand just hasn't really worked out and your opponent is full comboing with Mermail, you might as well hide what deck you're playing, I think, at that point, right? Like, they're going to be looking at your hand. They're going to take away the most powerful card. They're probably going to win this turn. So we're moving on to the next one. And the only info you've given now is your deck plays Fiendsmith Tract, which could at this point still be a multitude of different decks, right? So relatively quick game here for Mermail in game number 1, taking it. And we're going to see if they can bring it back in game number 2 here. I will say, I think in the case that they were playing a Fiendsmith Control deck, I do think Mermail is one of the harder matchups for Fiendsmith Control, because Fiendsmith Control struggles with decks that have a very like high power level that are very hard to contain and stop them from comboing, right? That is something that Fiendsmith Control struggles with. Like decks like Mermail, maybe something like Memento is a little bit easier to contain actually if you have the right cards for it. But especially like if you're playing like Bestials, they won't do anything against Mermail. So yeah, I think if Mermail is becoming very popular, then Fiendsmith Control definitely suffers for the qualifiers. But we'll see how it goes. Yeah, Bell is another deck that can sometimes be an issue for Fiendsmith Control for sure, yeah. All right, players are seated for game number 2. We had Hayamnas win the first game versus Minifez here. Let's see what's happening in game number 2. How many URs in the Mermail deck? I think Neptibus is an Ultra. The new Poseidra Xyz is an Ultra. Some of the extra deck have there's a decent amount of Ultras in the extra decks. Oh, actually, wrong way around here for the scoreboard. Oh no, it was right. All right, Fiendsmith Tract gets ashed again. Please don't pass again. Please don't pass again. No! Don't pass again. Please do something. Come on. You can do it. No, that's not what I meant when I said do something. I didn't mean set 1. Oh, no. No, God, no. Oh, God, and we're starting with Poseidra going second. Discarding Shadow Squad as cost to summon itself. That's going to activate Shadow Squad and Poseidra. Send an Atlantean or Mermail from deck to graveyard for cost to return the set card to the hand. And that is so powerful. Shadow Squad is going to summon the Neptibus, and then Dragoons is going to add a Sea Serpent as well. See, they have something, but the problem is if Mermail reaches this point, it's really hard to interact with it. It's really, really hard to stop it at this point. And there's Deep Sea Minstrel added to their hand. Neptibus effect. Send another Dragoons for cost, probably. Yep, there it is. Now the Neptibus can search another Dragoons, and then you can send that Dragoons for Minstrel. Yeah. And that Dragoons also gets a Sea Serpent. The thing is here, you don't actually have to do anything fancy. You can just attack for game, right? Because you do have a battle phase. Alright, Minstrel effect. And this will be Water Monsters 4 and 5. Reveal the hand. It was in fact Fiendsmith Control, and the Bestials are not doing themselves a favor here in this game. The Bestials are actually quite bad. Funnily enough, I think they might, if they hit the Fiendsmith in Paradise with the Mooling Glacier, that gives them a disruption. I don't think it's going to be good enough, but... yeah, this is quite possibly the worst matchup for Fiendsmith control. And their hand was also not very good, but... it is a very, very hard matchup for Fiendsmith. Alright, Mooling Glacier, discard 2. Serenir. Fiendsmith in Paradise. Okay, maybe the Fiendsmith in Paradise can save you. I don't know if it can, though. I don't know if we can stop Mermail at this rate. We'll see, though. And we did get to keep the best card in the hand, right? We got to keep the Magnamute. Something. Maybe if we can survive. There's no Light Fiend. There is a Light Fiend this time. They started with Engraver into track. And then got Ash. So there is a Light Fiend to return with Desiree. So the Fiendsmith in Paradise is a disruption. We'll see how good of a disruption it is, but it is one. Alright, Link 2 for Marincess, Coral Anemone. This does feel like a solid send for Desiree, maybe. Why'd we Moulin? Moulin is mandatory. So, yeah. Alright, Shadow Squad returns from the graveyard. From the Marincess Coral Anemone. I don't know, I do feel like sending the anemone was decent, but it does add something back, right? If it's sent to the grave... oh, it adds a Marincess card back, okay. Well, I guess it's time to use a normal summon. So we normal summon heavy infantry, which gives you another normal summon, technically. Discard 1 card to turn all the waters into level 7s. We're discarding a Mole Charmy. That is going to make all the waters level 7. This is also basically the trick how you will never have to skip your battle phase with Mooling Glacier. Because you make an Xyz with it, so it never leaves the field, technically. Special summoning back Deep Sea Minstrel. And now we're using Fiendsmith in Paradise. Okay. There's the Minstrel, which is a level 3 tuner. Sending the top 3 cards of the deck. What is this effect? If it's special summon, send the top 3 of the deck and then place a water in the grave on top or bottom. Okay, so we can place the Dragoons back into the deck, I suppose. Alright, there goes the Exceed monster. Dragoons goes back to top or bottom of the deck. Bottom of the deck is what they choose. They have a level 10 synchro set up here. Which I don't know if they play Chengying, right? Because they are locked into water. The only one that I can think of that would be good here is Chengying, I guess. There's the Ice Jade synchro as well, I think. That's also a 10. But I think Chengying is probably better. But I don't know. Can Mermail really easily trigger its own Chengying? Is there anything super easy, especially on the opponent's turn? Oh yeah, the Abyss Shrine. Yeah, you banish it to discard and draw. Yeah. It is the Ice Jade, though. Ice Jade, Gimir, Agerine. All right. Well, I'm still struggling to see how we reach 8,000 here. Okay. There is a Magnamood in hand, though. This is the one they got to keep. So maybe we can mount a comeback off of the Magnamood here. Nibiru back to hand. That's gonna be useless. It's the end phase already. But now you can technically activate Magnamood, right? And search for another Bestial and then make Moon. We'll see. This is why I would have preferred Chengying here. If they played, they probably don't play 2 level 10 synchros in Mermail, right? They probably just play 1. The Ice Jade checks it? No, I don't think... Oh no, the Ice Jade banishes the Magna if it activates, right? Yeah. If they activate Magna now, this banishes it, I suppose. So they don't activate it. Okay, I still think you can activate it and search for like a Druid Worm instead. Alright, well. I guess it also depends on what do they have in hand to discard for the Abyss Rhine, right? Oh, Maxi's kind of rough. That's kind of rough. Okay, but hear me out. What if we just attack the Anemone and then make Typhon for 1 draw? Is that so bad? Is that so bad? Am I missing something? There it is, Typhon. Attack the Anemone. The question is, can we survive the next turn? How good is the Mermail follow-up here? Alright, Abyssrin. Do we have a good discard for it? Just another Max C. Not a great discard there. Okay. So 3 cards in hand here for Mermail. The Typhon, actually, I think working against Minifez here because they do have a Nibiru in hand still. But that is not live until the Typhon is gone. So we'll see what the follow-up is. No follow-up. End phase straight away. Ooh, hold up. A Fiendsmith card here could seal the deal, actually. Because with Agnum Day in the game now, they are threatening enough damage with Fiendsmith here. And there it is, Lacrima. Sends Engraver. Requiem here. I mean, there's still, you know, it's not over yet because the Mermail deck, of course, plays Ash Blossom, plays Molcharmies, usually can also play Dominus Impulse, of course. So there's ways here to survive this turn for sure. And they have a response window. They can do something, but they will not stop the Requiem. There's Engraver. Trying to summon back another engraver from the graveyard. Now, how much damage is this already? 36 plus 29, 65. Equip Requiem is exactly 71, right? Am I miscalculating? Yeah, we have to impulse this engraver, otherwise the Requiem just games. The Requiem just games here if you don't impulse. Alright, Requiem equipped to the engraver. It might still be enough. It might still be enough if you go sequence. Make Lacrima revive engraver. Make Agnum Day. Pretty big. Because the Lacrima also burns for 1200. Oh, there's also just the Bestial. Yeah, and Mermail takes this game around. Turns this game around. I did not expect that one. Actually, no. Mermail loses this game. Fiendsmith turns it around. That was an impressive Typhon W. Unironically, that Typhon put in some work there. And it's gonna give us a game 3 here between those two players. That was a cool game. I like that one. Typhon actually turning the game around. Who would have thought that? Yeah, the Mooling Glacia kind of betrayed them there. The thing is, though, like, the weird part was that they had added the Mooling Glacia to their hand already before they knew that the opponent's hand was just the Paradise, basically, right? And so I feel like they had committed to that Mooling Glacia line, and then they found out it wasn't that good, but they still went for it, which maybe they could have just added something else with the first Dragoons or the second Dragoons and then added the Mooling Glacia later if they still wanted to do it. But okay, anyways, all that's in the past now. We are heading into a game 3, and it is Deep Sea Minstrel first action with Dragoons. Basically the best start the deck has, and there's only one Ash Blossom here. Uh-oh. And this looks like we're going to be seeing the full power of Mermail here unleash onto Minifez with a not so great hand for going second with the Blue Eyes deck. Only Ash Blossom. That's going to be banished by the Minstrel. And now we see Neptibus normal summon. And that's going to be rough. We also saw there from Minifez in hand. Already not the greatest opener to start with. Of course, Beryl and Maiden were great, but then there's also a Blue Eyes White Dragon and the Blue Eyes Field Spell, which are not ideal to open. Neptibus sends Dragoon for cost. And adds Dragoon to hand. Now Dragoons activates. That's going to be Poseidra the Storming Atlantean. Activate this to send Shadow Squad, which is going to be summoning another one from the deck, potentially an Abyss Pike to discard that Dragoons. And once that, yep, Pike, discard Dragoons, and then we have 5 waters in the graveyard afterwards. So this Dragoons can search Mooling Glacia. And I think this one is gonna go much smoother for Mermail Atlantean here. There goes Mooling Glacia added to hand. Special Mooling Glacia, take 2 cards out of their hand. Ether Barrel and Mausoleum of White. Unfortunately, not the Blue Eyes. If they took the Blue Eyes and the Ether Barrel, they would have actually gotten back the Ether Barrel, like, technically. But this way, they lose the Field Spell forever, and they lose the Primite Ether Barrel, which is probably their best normal summon in hand. So they're currently left with just Maiden and Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is not enough. Adding an Abyssius, triggering Neptibus, summoning back Dragoons. That's going to be 2 level 4s here, making a rank 4, either Bahamut Shark or Abyss Dweller. Because both of those cards are in Master Duel. It's going to be Bahamut Shark. And that's going to detach the Dragoons, which is going to let it search another Sea Serpent. Because if you detach a Atlantean monster off of a Water Exceed, it was sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect. So we're going to be adding an Atlantean Heavy Infantry here from the deck, which we can discard on the opponent's turn with the Abyss Rin. And then we have La Virtue Dragon to detach and add back a Dragoons from the graveyard. The amount of times this deck can search with Dragoons is absurd. Alright, Link 2 into Coral Anemone. Brings back the Shadow Squad because we want to turn some stuff into level 7. And we're also discarding a Dragoons in the process. They not search with La Virtue. Most people do not search with La Virtue at the moment. For the most part, people agree that if you get to this point with the Mermail deck, you don't actually have to search a trap card in these spots. Like, you don't need it to win the game most of the time. So people just go like, I'm not going to play a trap because I don't want to draw it. And I tend to agree. I think if you're in this position with Mermail, does it really matter whether you have the trap in your deck or not? I would argue it does not matter. I would argue they don't need another trap on top of it, even though of course it would be free to search it with the La Virtue Dragon, and like getting the card for free would be nice, but like you don't want to risk drawing it. Minstrel recycles a Dragoon here. Makes Poseidra Abyss. And a level 10 Synchro, I think. Probably going to be the Ice Jade again. Yep. We go for Mermail King Neptibus. Activate Poseidra, discard 1. To revive 3. That's going to revive Minstrel, Neptibus, and Abyssrin. Of course, Neptibus being a tuner, this is how you can do some other funky stuff with Mermail in this position, depending on what you're trying to go for here. This might be a Deep Sea Prima Donna. Yeah. And that is going to... This has a very sick interaction with Deep Sea Minstrel because it targets one of your opponent's banished cards and returns it to the hand, which they would have gotten anyways, right? And it summons the barrier statue. So here you go. You can now Ash this Abystius at the very end of the combo. I don't know if it matters. All right, Shadow Squad. That's another rank 7. There's OG Abyss Gaios. Okay. Love that. Just part of the end board. Well, 4 cards and 4 cards only to try and deal with the barrier statue. The problem with the barrier statue and Mermail is the fact that Mermail can very reliably set up protection for it. Like, in this case, we have this in the graveyard and an infantry in hand. So even if you have a normal summon that could attack over the barrier statue, they have one pop, basically, at any point, which is rough. Wishes for Eyes of Blue here. Don't know how much this can change, though. I don't know if what we can do off of this. Yeah, so basically this water statue right now, right? This thing protects it from targeting, so can't be impermed. This thing says monsters you control cannot be destroyed or banished by card effects. And they also have a pop as well to stop it from being destroyed by battle. So the barrier statue can't be targeted, can't be destroyed by battle, can't be destroyed by card effects, basically. And that's the scary part about this deck, is that, like, because normally, by the way, great showcase of the Mermail deck here in game number 3, of course. Well done. Genuinely, this deck might be like it might be one of those decks where the lock it puts up is so strong that you might even be able to, like, just ignore something like a Molcharmy and just go for it anyways, because even if your opponent has 10 cards in hand, I don't know if they can beat it for most decks. Right? Like, for most decks, how are you going to beat an untargetable, indestructible barrier statue? How is that going to work? I don't know. Anyways, Mermail advances into the next round. We have some other games still going on, so we don't have to... we're not going to go into a break right away. We're just going to hop straight into some other games. We have Wintermight going up against FSN Boss over here. Let's see what's going on there. All right. Boss going first versus 60 cards. Sage with Eyes of Blue. We got some Blue Eyes gameplay. All right. Searching Effect Veiler indicating we already have Maiden in hand, most likely. How do I join this tournament? This one today you cannot join because it has already started, but for future Challenger Cups, all you got to do is type ! Challenger Cup in chat right now. You're going to get a link to a Discord server, and all the Challenger Cups basically happen over Discord and are entirely free to enter. All you have to do is go into the Discord and enter the tournaments. How hard is it to enter? That depends on how good you are at clicking like 2 buttons. If you are good at that, then it's pretty easy. It's unlimited players. Oh no, they do have limits as to how big they are. I would say generally there's enough Challenger Cups though that you will get into the ones you want to play most of the time. They do get full depending on the size, but like if you just go through the schedule on the server, you'll typically find one that you can play. All right, anyways, Blue Eyes here ending on a Spirit Dragon is completely uninterrupted. So it's just going to be Spirit, Blue Eyes, 2 face downs, True Light. Pretty standard opener for Blue Eyes. Did not have access to Primite Ether Barrel in this one. However, bringing back the Blue Eyes White Dragon immediately kind of indicates that we have a Drill Beam in hand. I feel like it does. I feel like it does showcase or indicate that at least. Heavy Storm. All right, and there is the Drill Beam. Not the hardest one to predict. Maybe a Chain Droplet here could be very, very annoying, but no. Banishes the Heavy Storm. Do we have a follow-up Lightning Storm or Feather Duster or anything of that nature? Dot Scaper was not the normal summon I was expecting. I'm not gonna lie. I did not expect that normal summon. What does this mean? What do you mean by this? Link Disciple. Thoughtscaper in the graveyard. That's just a free negate for Spirit Dragon. You take those. You don't even... The thing is, I feel like when you summon Spirit Dragon, you don't expect to get value from the graveyard negate. But whenever you do, it feels so good. Am I the only one? I feel every time I get to negate a card in the graveyard with it, I feel like I'm getting double value out of my card. I feel like I'm getting this plus the tag out. It feels so strong. All right. And now that it has basically fulfilled its purpose by negating the card in the grave, it's going to tag out into Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit. Doesn't Spirit Dragon also stop Disciple from summoning 2 tokens? It would do that, yes, because you're trying to summon 2 tokens at the same time with, not with Disciple, but with Devotee. 1-for-1 discard Firewall Guardian. Okay. What are you? Cyber's Control? What? Cyber's? I mean, hardly Control. Another Dotscaper. Okay. Sure. You don't think negating 1-for-1 with Ultimate Spirit is kind of nice? Maybe you have Majesty. Okay, yeah, they do have Majesty. How many Blue Eyes we got? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? 1 in hand? No, just 1. Goodbye, Link Disciple. Ooh, Imseti, Glory of Horus here. Discarding Happy. Get purged. Get purged. What is this deck from Wintermight? The Typhon is here. Okay. Look, I don't know about this one. I don't know if this Typhon in particular is going to save the Typhon win rate, you know? I don't know. I don't know. This might be more like a typical Typhon, you know? We saw a Typhon turn a game around earlier. I don't know if this one can do that for us. I kind of doubt it. Kinda doubt it. Will you be live tomorrow? I will be live tomorrow. Yes, absolutely. Tomorrow we're going to be playing with the new cards myself. I'm very excited for that one because there's a lot of stuff in that pack that I want to play. So today I'm gonna watch this tournament, get some inspiration, see what kind of decks do well, and then tomorrow we're gonna climb the ladder with the new cards as well. How was your week? My week was good. It was a good week. Did some cool stuff, but I was a little sad I wasn't able to stream on Friday because the new cards looked very fun and I wanted to play with them. But all right, Blue Eyes and Maiden return off of the True Light. Wishes able to turn this Blue Eyes White Dragon into a Tyrant. To reset a trap potentially from the graveyard. I don't actually... How does the interaction work between Blue Eyes, Tyrant Dragon, and Typhon? If you attack Typhon with it, can you reset with the Tyrant or not? Because is the Typhon still considered on the field if you are trying to reset? Or is it already considered marked for destruction so it doesn't apply its continuous effects anymore? I'm not entirely sure. I think it might already be gone. No alerts? Nah, no alerts. But I appreciate you, Neptune. Alright, we see a level 10 synchro out of Blue Eyes here, which is Baron the Fleur. Cannot destroy the Typhon with its effect because it is over 3000. So it cannot activate, but we can still definitely... I mean, this game is essentially over. At this, like, we don't have to do anything fancy here. We can just attack, reset a trap card. What can they draw? Another Malice L at the Netherlands? Yeah, I saw. Alright, at the end of the damage step, Typhon is already gone, so Tyrant can reset. Thank you, boss, for confirming that. And the Baron and the Spirit are also going to get in for some damage here. And that is not a position that I think Cybers can come back from here. I don't see a world where this is possible. Majesty, Baron, and Spirit Dragon all here to interrupt. I don't think there's a way out. Gonna draw a card here. Now the thing is, I don't know what the score is in this match. I don't know if this is game 2, game 3. Maybe there's another game for Wintermite to come back from this, but I think this one is definitely over, and the Called by the Grave basically confirms that. We have not top decked a card that helps us here. Gonna negate the Called by the Grave for good measure. Can't even have anything these days. No! I will have the last say in this duel. And there goes, passes over to boss, who just has to attack to take the game here from Wintermite. And I guess we're gonna see in a second. Okay, don't tag out. Don't tag out. Just attack. Alright, and Tyrant finishes things off. The only BM I would have accepted there is if you're trying to finish with the Blue Eyes animation. That one was acceptable, but tagging out into Spirit, I don't get it. Why didn't we tag out into Blue Eyes to get the nice animation? Well, I guess we can check real quick what game this was. We have Boss versus Wintermite here. We have Wintermite winning a game against Boss earlier. And I don't see a game before that. So this may have been game 2, actually. This may have just been game 2. They might be returning to the table for a third game. We will see soon. Wintermite is still at the table. So I think we might see another game. Under 3 minutes remaining. Okay, maybe it might also be because there's only a limited amount of replays you can see in the room replays. Maybe game 1 happened and we just can't see it. That is a possibility. I Otherwise, you are right. They would be starting with very little time left because there's only 2.5 minutes at this point. Judging from the fact that they are not playing another game, this may have been game 3. The match has been reported. Okay, good. It was game 3. Okay, why don't we go ahead and jump into Live versus Nightfall then? I'm gonna go from now because we're close to timeout, and we might be moving on to the next round as soon as they finish. We'll see. Okay, the current situation here is it is Liv's turn currently, with it looks like Fiendsmith Millennium, which is most likely Snake Eyes, right? And then Memento over here for Nightfall, currently cooking up some stuff here with the Memento cards on the opponent's turn. It is still main 1. We do still have a normal summon, but we are very low on cards. We can still bring back Engraver if the... Yeah. And the normal summon is Poplar. That's a good normal summon. Original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. Hold up. They have a minute left and they need to make up 2,000 damage. They need to do it quick. Maybe a quick Agnum Day piercing with Fiendsmith, but they've already went through sequence here. They've already gone through sequence. Actually, no, the sequence hasn't activated yet, right? They just summoned it and it got popped by the Creation King, I think. I don't think Snake Eye plays Agnum Day. You know what? That's a good point, actually. They might not have room in the extra deck for it. They might not have room in the extra deck for it. And time is approaching 0. 20 seconds left. I don't think it's possible. I don't see it happening. This is an unfortunate one. Yeah, the Sengenjin paying 2,000 life points may end up costing them the game. At the same time, who knows if they could have gotten to a position like this without using the Sengenjin? Probably not. And that is time on the round here. That is time on the round here, and I don't think, unless they have a time extension, I think this is going to be the win for Nightfall. Even though this turn looked pretty promising for, it looked promising for Snake Eyes here for sure at this point. I mean, the game's not over. They seem to have more stuff here as well. So, don't want to speak too soon. There's not necessarily a win yet, or would have not necessarily been a win yet. Is Agnum Day mandatory in Fiendsmith decks now? It depends what kind of Fiendsmith deck you play. Like, basically, the heavier your deck goes on Fiendsmith, the more mandatory Agnum Day becomes. But yeah. All right, the timer has hit 0. Unfortunately, no way for Fiendsmith, Millennium, Snake Eye here to turn this one around. So it's going to be Nightfall, I believe, moving on to the top 64. And like I said, that marks the end of our top 128. So... some exciting games this round. We saw some other new stuff from the pack. We saw Mermail in action. We saw some more Fiendsmith in action. We're going to be back with the top 64 in just a moment, so don't go anywhere. And we will watch some more awesome gameplay with these new cards. So yeah, see you guys in a second. All right, I said short break, and short it was. We are back with the top 64 duelists already, down to 64, and they are about to begin their matches for this next round of Top Cut. I'm just looking for maybe some promising names that we haven't seen in the tournament so far today. Maybe some people actually. Why don't we can check in with Nightfall. We've just seen, I mean, we've seen them for like a split second there in the last match for like the last couple of moves in their game, but they looked like they were on Memento, which I think is something I want to check out. Don't know how many chances we will have to see Memento other than Nightfall today. I mean, there might be some other Memento decks actually. Deck's pretty good right now, but it is a deck that I have gone through the effort of looking into as well, and it can be pretty challenging, but we'll see. And we have Nightfall going first over here with 60 cards, however. I don't think that's Memento. Maybe the signature branded deck once again. It is. Okay, in the draw phase, we use Branded in High Spirits, revealing a Baldrake. Discarding the Baldrake to add a Blazing Cartesia, as well as putting a Titanic Clad into the graveyard. Normal summon Cartesia. Not the best start, I would say, but it can work. Using Branded Opening here, trying to special summon Aluber or Quem. Of course, the Cartesia being on the field enables us to play through a potential Effect Veiler or Imperm on this Aluber. We discard a Magnum Mood for the Branded in High Spirits. That's a powerful card to open, but we do throw it away for the Branded Fusion. There it goes. Do we have an answer? Oh, the classic Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion. And that is gonna hurt. Cartesia is going to use itself and the Aluber into the Gran. There it goes. The Dusk Dragon. Activate effect. Gets Effect Veiler on this one. So no send for you here. Stops this. Okay, can we go further? We have a Thrust. Thrust to set nothing, because there's a Dominus Purge as well. No, no, and no means no. Stop all your branded activities right now. All right, Cartesia back in the end phase. Titaniclad to summon out Quem. The Quem is still something potentially annoying because it could send Fallen of Albaz. And then you can revive it on the opponent's turn. Or you send Retribution for follow-up. I guess just hoping you can survive a turn here. Because Retribution can add back the branded fusion. And it is Blue Eyes. Wishes, discard Blue Eyes. I can't remember the last time I've seen a Blue Eyes player not open with Blue Eyes White Dragon. I feel like it's mandatory. Just draw that card at this point. Alright, Sage, as well as Roar added to their hand. Normal summon of Sage. And Branded basically has 0 interruption at this point, I feel like. Right? Is there anything I'm missing? We have Retribution, but that only adds back Branded Fusion. That's not a disruption. Granguignol can potentially tag out into a Dogmatica monster, but I don't think that counts as a disruption here. Quem can revive, but actually Quem cannot revive because there's nothing that... There's no targets for it. Ooh, is that the trick to not drawing the True Light? Just have a royal one? Alright, Roar summons out Blue Eye Spirit Dragon. So here's the thing. We want to use the Branded Retribution before the opponent makes a Blue Eye Spirit Dragon because it could negate it in the graveyard. So we're adding back the Branded Fusion for next turn. Just basically hoping to survive this turn and able to come back off the Branded Fusion next turn, which is somewhat realistic, I would say. I think the Blue Eyes deck will most likely not win the game in one turn. They're just going to try to set up as best as they can. So I think there is still a chance for Branded here. So the Tyrant can clear the board by attacking both of those monsters and also reset Dominus Purge. Because they did have that. Now, of course, Dominus Purge does not stop Branded Fusion. Alright, there it goes. Runs over Quem. Sets back the Purge. Oh. Alright, main phase 2. Can still go through the Link monster if they want to. Or just make Spirit directly. There it is, the Spirit. Alright, here's the question. Does one Branded Fusion beat all of this? And also maybe deal with the follow-up that the True Light can generate? I mean, Branded Fusion is one of the best cards to do it with. Hanging out with the Spirit Dragon right away into Ultimate Spirit. What am I missing here? A misclick? Honestly... Maybe, right? Because the Ultimate Spirit is going to be destroyed in the end phase, and then you don't have the negate anymore. True Light. I guess we can still bring back Maiden, make another spirit. Okay, it makes sense actually. It makes sense if they're playing Crimson Dragon. If they are playing the Crimson Dragon package, then this is actually going to work. And they tag out into the Stardust Cipher Dragon. There it is, the Crimson Dragon package. Okay. That makes more sense. I was scared for a second. They may have misclicked and went into the Synchro 12, but it looks like they've got it all under control. It's all according to plan. Don't worry about it. There is the Stardust Cipher Divine Dragon. That is going to protect these things from being destroyed. And that means the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit is going to be able to remain on the field to stop the branded fusion. Here's the thing, branded in high spirits can add Fallen of Albaz, right? Which means that you kind of have to stop it, right? You kind of have to stop it because if you don't, they can just set the Albaz and make Lenatus with your dragons. That's like, that's one of the things about branded, right? Like if there's ever a format where the top deck is like dragons, all of a sudden it just has this crazy interaction with Alba Lenatus. And I think branded is just like inherently more viable in a format where dragon decks are a thing, right? Except for Tenpai, of course. Against Tenpai that didn't really matter, but you know what I mean. Like if it's like Dragon Link format, for example, branded will be a lot better going second into Dragon Link because of that card. Alright, we once again started things off with a normal summon of Blazing Cartesia. Which is actually good, right? Because from the Blue Eyes perspective here, now it means you can't have branded fusion. Also, the Stardust Dragon here is going to be a monster negate and destroy the Quem. Pretty good. All right, branded fusion. You probably just negate this. Yep. And that's going to force the concession here from Nightfall. Not able to come back. Honestly, made it closer than it looked at first glance. You know, after their first turn got completely stopped. I feel like they found a way back into it, but the Crimson Dragon package there was just a little bit too powerful. And that's going to give game one to Blue Eyes here, to RS Video. All right, and we're waiting for game 2 to start. Of course, this is not the end for Nightfall yet. Still have game 2 and 3 to come back from it. We're gonna begin here with game number 2. Charlie, I think Charlie wants some food. I'll be right back, like 10 seconds. All right. So we see Nightfall running it back with the branded deck here, it seems. But we are getting Max Seed. We are getting Max Seed here. Banishes Tragedy. I do think Branded is one of the decks that can set up a decent amount even under Maxi. I don't think it matters too much if you have the right hand for it. Sometimes it doesn't. All right, Aluber here gets High Spirits. Activates that High Spirits. Reveals Mercurier, sends Rindbrum. Discards the Mercurier. Adds Cartesia. Another thing is you could special Cartesia, but you are under Max C. You are under Max C, so going Cartesia here is a little ambitious. But we'll see. They are activating. Now, one thing you could do actually is you could summon the Cartesia and then just use it next turn to fuse. You don't have to fuse with it this turn. All right. Baldrake banishes the Rindbrum in response to the Cartesia. And they are going to keep fusing. Okay, we are playing into this Maxi quite heavily. We'll see how that goes. Fuses here. For the Dusk Dragon, gives them another card. Of course, Branded Lost can now also add. Weird Baldrake. I don't know exactly why we felt the need to take the Rindbrum out of the graveyard in response to Cartesia. You know what I mean? I kind of agree. I'm not sure why that was necessary. They probably had some reason for it. Okay. Albion the Branded Dragon is now in the graveyard. Set 1 and end phase it is. Cartesia back to hand. And this is definitely not the scariest opener for Branded, even though they still have a decent amount of stuff here. It's not like a bad end board, but considering the opponent already has a Baldrake and 5 cards in hand, drawing up to 6, it's gonna be a little rough depending on what deck they're playing. We'll see. Starting with Lubellion, indicating that we are some kind of Bestial heavy strategy, which is pretty good against Branded typically, so that is a nice matchup. The thing about this Lubellion, if you let it go through, you already know that your opponent has a way to counter the Branded in red, which does not feel great, right? Like now there's a Magnamood. If they just save this Magnamood for the Branded in red, that basically just counters it. And there's Fiendsmith Tract. I'm getting a feeling this might just be Fiendsmith Bestial, which I think is a strong contender in Master Duel right now. I think I quite like that deck. All right. Tract adds Lacrima and discards Lurie. That is triggering the Dusk Dragon to summon out a Quem, which Quem is actually quite annoying here for Fiendsmith. Because if you make Requiem now, they can bring back an Albaz from the graveyard, which is not ideal. You don't want to get Albazed on your turn into a Mirror Jade with Fiendsmith. They might actually be compelled to attack this Quem first with the Baldrake. They might actually want to do that. But then, basically, if you're doing that, you're giving Branded another turn, which is always scary. It's always scary to just be giving Branded another turn, because that deck is one of the most powerful decks when it comes to making use of a free extra turn. Right? They attack Quem, they can't Magna Branded red. That's a good point too. That is a good point too. If the field is empty, can't counter Branded in red with a Bestial. It is not a quick effect. All right, here goes the Requiem. Do we announce the Quem? You could, of course, you could also use the Bestial to counter the Quem, but then you don't have the Bestial to counter the Branded in Red. All of this gets a lot easier if they have 2 Bestials, of course. Right? If they have 2 Bestials, they can counter both Quem and Branded in Red, which would be pretty neat. Have the Quem now, otherwise the Engraver can send it. Now here, the thing, once again, if you send the Quem with the Engraver now, the Branded in Red cannot be countered because there's no more monsters on the field, right? So it's iffy. Okay, we have a counter Bestial here from Nightfall. That makes things potentially very annoying in the long run. Depending very much on, do they play 1 Requiem or do they play 2? Because if they only play 1, that might be annoying. So the Serenir is going to come down here. Now you could attack over the Quem and just leave the Serenir on the field. That is now a possibility. And that is what they see as well. They go to battle phase, attacking over the Quem, at least attempting to. And they succeed. Okay, so the Quem has been dealt with. But if you wanna... Oh. I was about to say, if you wanna make sure you can negate the Branded in Red or stop the Branded in Red, you can't attack over the Serenir, but they disagree. They still run over it, and now the Branded in Red cannot be stopped by the Magnamut. Maybe they're just not scared of the Branded in Red, but I don't know. Or they have some other way to deal with it. They could have Cult by the Grave to stop it anyways. We'll see. Normal summon Lacrima the Crimson Tears. Fiendsmith in Paradise. Ooh, Super Poly. Discard Cartesia. Use with the 2 Fiends. Into Garura. Alright, neat, neat. Can still go Engraver effect. Have not revived that one yet. The question is, what do you make out of that? And here's the Branded in Red, targeting the Albaz, which is... Oh, they are doing... That's very smart. They're doing it under the Branded Lost window so that they can't get Bestialed. The Branded Lost is protecting this Branded in Red from the Bestial because they were toggled on and they immediately activated the Branded in Red on that window where there was still a protection. So now it's Mirror Jade plus Mercurier. And that's a tough one to crack, I feel like, for the Bestial deck here. The Bestial Fiendsmith. You can still bring back the Engraver, but then what do you do with that? You make Sequence, that just gets banished by Mirror Jade. Alright, first things first. Gonna bring back that Lubellion, actually. I almost forgot that was there. Okay. That's neat. That might force the Mirror Jade. Yep. I figured. So that's going to be the Lubellion gone. And there's still a Mercurier left in hand. The Magnamut is going to attempt to banish this Titanic lad. Do we let that happen, or is that worth using the Mercurier on? Because this is, you know, it banishes parts of our follow-up, and it also puts a second body on the field to pair with the Engraver. So they do decide to use the Mercurier, and there is actually a Cult by the Grave here onto this Mercurier. That's pretty good. That's going to banish the Mercurier, negate it. The Magnamut is going to go through, banish the Titanic lad, and now we can bring back the Fiendsmith Engraver here and potentially go for either a rank 6 or a sequence play. Most importantly, it's Magnamut, so we will get another Bestial in the end phase, which is going to be very crucial at dealing with this branded graveyard right now, because it's a big graveyard. There's a Cartesia returning, there's Retribution and Sword, so and since we're not ending the game this turn, we definitely have to worry about this follow-up for branded, like massive follow-up. Thing is here, if you go for Fiendsmith Sequence, you actually don't have much to fuse into, because the total number of Light Fiends you have is 2, Lacrima and Engraver, which all that makes is Fiendsmith's Lacrima, which can bring back the banished Requiem, but it can't special summon it. It can only get it goes back to the extra deck, because you can only special summon 1 Requiem per turn. They go for Sequence. I guess Sequence into Lacrima into put... Oh, that changes things. We have another Engraver. That gives us more Light Fiends for a potential Desiree line. Ooh, okay. That does change things. We can still make Lacrima revive the Engraver if you want to make a rank 6 instead. Yep, that's what they do. 2 Light Fiends for Lacrima, and then Lacrima can bring back the Engraver. Special summons it here. Overlays for M7. M7 technology, adding back either a Bestial or a Maxi from the graveyard here. Maxi is their choice. Back to the hand. Well, that's not a very pleasant thing to see your opponent do. And then ooh, the Typhon here. You know what? I'll say it. I don't think I like this Typhon. I think there should have been an SP Little Knight before this Typhon. I think it should have been SP Little Knight, banish the Branded Lost, and then Typhon the Mirror Jade. This way you just leave them with Branded Lost on the field, which I feel like that's scary. I don't see the advantage of leaving the Sequence on the field in this case. Okay. Uses Paradise here for Desiree, and Desiree is probably going to send the Lost. Yep. There goes Branded Lost. That's a huge thing. I would have preferred to see it banished by SP Little Knight, but it is what it is. Set 1 pass. Get a Magnamut search here in the end phase. How crazy is this branded end phase? We're getting back Cartesia. I think that might be it. We're getting back Oh, High Spirits too. High Spirits, Cartesia, Branded Sword and Retribution are also in the graveyard, but they don't necessarily have to be used during the end phase. It's crazy. Branded basically just has like, it has one card in hand. All of a sudden, there's like basically 4 cards hidden in the graveyard that are secretly in their hand. All right, so the Druid's Worm was added by Magnemute, and we knew there was a Max C because the M7 added it back. So whatever you're trying to do here, it is going to be under Max C. Branded Retribution. To add back that Branded Lost. I guess no matter if you put it in Grave or Banished, right? Can't Branded Sword add it back from Banished? Oh no, that only adds back monsters actually. If we went SP Little Knight to banish the Branded Lost, it would have been gone. I think at this point only Springant's Kit can get it back. Alright, the Gold Sarcophagus here seems like the card we have drawn off the top. Which banishes Thespian Tragedy to grab us another copy of Aluber. That's no longer limited or semi-limited at 3. That's going to be a second Aluber added to the hand here for Nightfall. And there's Cartesia summoning itself. The thing is, with pushing into Max C versus a deck that plays Bestials, it's very annoying because they're so likely to draw more interruptions. All right, this Aluber is probably getting us Branded Fusion. Because I don't think they went through that on turn 1, did they? No, it's in the deck. There's Branded Lost. And there's Branded Fusion. No Ash Blossom. And then we chain Branded Sword to add Mercurier back to the hand, giving us a monster negation after this Branded Fusion has resolved, because we are going to control a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz. All right, we're sending Lubellion and Albaz to make Albion. Oh yeah, it's under Called By, true. All right, there's the Albion and the Branded Lost triggers. Getting a Shrouded Dragon. And Fusion Summoning. It looks like Mirror Jade. Yeah. Now, Mirror Jade cannot activate at the moment because there is a Typhon still. At the same time, the Typhon once again also means that Fidio cannot draw into a Nibiru at this stage. At least, I mean, they can draw into a Nibiru, but it won't be usable. Oh, there goes the Typhon. Now Nibiru is on the menu. Technically. Oh. No Nibiru being used, though. We are in the battle phase. And now, all of a sudden... we know there is at least one Bestial. We know there's at least one Bestial, but the Mirror Jade can handle one Bestial. Right? The Mirror Jade can just banish the first Bestial. You kind of need two. Or you needed an Imperm, I guess. If this is the only one, Mirror Jade will banish it here. And this is enough damage. Ghost Ogre will not help. I think there was a branded opening in the graveyard. Was there? Hold up. I think we started this game with a branded opening. Yep. Opening protects. Banish that. We're taking the Cartesia. Are we taking them all? There seems to be nothing. And branded. coming back from what I thought almost looked like a losing game there, but very well played out there, wins under max C. And that's going to bring us into a third game. That was a very, very uphill battle as well for Branded, considering the matchup was Bestial Fiendsmith, and they opened basically all the Bestials they could have asked for. So, and Maxi, and recycled the Maxi on the next turn. And Branded still ends up taking the entire thing, bringing us into a game 3. Current situation on the clock, 11.5 minutes at this point. So we're starting the third game soon. And they're gonna have a somewhat decent amount of time left. Like 10.5 by the time we're starting, probably. All right, and Fidio gets to go first here in game number 3. What deck did we bring to the table? It is once again a Fiendsmith normal summon. Lacrima. Sending Engraver. There's Requiem. Is that what triggers the Engraver to transform? Is if you go through Requiem? Because I've paid some attention to the mate over here, and it just turned into the other form. That's kind of cool. Any extra deck? Oh, any extra deck summon. Okay. I like that mate. I got that mate too. I did obtain that mate after it came out. Isn't this Desiree? I think so, yeah. I think it turns into Desiree. Alright. And Engraver tries to come back here, but the Bestial Serenir is activated. That's the thing, right? Bestial Fiendsmith has a lot of Bestials that are good against Branded, but Branded also plays Bestials and they're pretty good against Fiendsmith, so... This Serenir is annoying. Oh, there's Primite! We haven't even seen the Primite yet. Okay. But we've already normal summoned. So we can't go for Ether Barrel. White Dust on. Oh, you don't have the Dippity technology yet? No Dippity technology yet. Okay. Set 3 and pass. Did you play any Master Duel? I've played Master Duel already after the new pack come out, yeah. I wasn't live because I was traveling, but I played on my phone for sure. Like when this pack came out, I've been gaming. All right, we're trying to deploy a Cartesia or Albaz. And that is annoying enough for us to use a Drill Beam on it. Okay. Drill Beam, negate and banish fusion deployment. There it goes. Allure of Darkness next. Allure of Darkness. Dash on it. Okay, that's a statement. That's a statement. It's a good Ash, because Necroquip also draws a card from it. But it is risky. If your opponent can get to a branded fusion, you're definitely gonna, you know. But like the thing is, Ash and branded, Allure and branded is so easy to give them a +1. So I kind of understand using Ash on it, but yeah, I think they have Imperm here because hear me out. If they didn't have infinite impermanence, they would have not cared about the Cartesia, right? They were so annoyed by the fusion deployment summoning Cartesia because they had Imperm. Right? That was the explanation for using Drill Beam on that, because you have Imperm, so you want to protect your Imperm to be able to stop anything. And then we tag out the Requiem into the Lacrima, sending the Paradise, giving us one more disruption if the opponent special summons. We're doing all of this, banking that our opponent does not have branded fusion yet. We're hoping they don't have branded fusion yet, but they have a thrust. And that can be branded fusion. We did all that to prevent branded fusion from happening, and now it might happen anyways. We go for grass, not branded fusion. Okay, that is risky, but could pay off huge here. Gonna be 23 cards sent from the top of the deck. There, that is branded fusion. They hit branded fusion and they hit Serenir. Serenir can hit retribution, so that is access to branded fusion and more. Access to branded fusion and more here. They hit 2 Fallen of Albaz, which they most likely play 3, so that won't be a problem. Halt by the Grave onto the Serenir. Okay. Now here's the thing though. They hit Tragedy. And Tragedy can still set the branded fusion from the graveyard. They have branded fusion access no matter what. They also have Albion for a retribution as well. Yeah. Yep, and there goes Tragedy, setting the branded fusion. Now, the one card off the top here for Fidio could be anything, of course. We don't have any info on what that card is. It came off the Necroquip Princess. Could be a Nibiru, could be whatever, but it won't stop branded fusion. Branded fusion resolves. We also use retribution to add back red. And it looks like, I hate to say it, but it looks like they didn't have a great banish for the Allure. I think the Allure would have just been a ±0. Draw 2, banish 1. They maybe could have held the Ash Blossom for the branded fusion. I don't know. Hindsight though. Hindsight. I mean, you couldn't really anticipate your opponent having, like, I don't know, Aluber plus Thrust or something. But I don't know. It's difficult. It's always easier when you see what they had, of course. There's Lubellion, the Searing Dragon. This card's branded in High Spirits, was the last card in hand. There was a response. Is that summon number 5? Was it 5? No. It was 4, right? Oh, it was just Paradise. It was just Paradise. Yeah, okay. Now they use Fiendsmith in Paradise. And that's going to be sending Desiree. And Desiree is going to attempt to send the Mirror Jade. Now, here's the thing. This game is not over yet, actually. I do think Branded is looking winning right now, but they have 2.5 minutes left. So chances are that whoever sneaks in some damage first might end up winning this game. But, like, the thing is, Fiendsmith Primite also has pretty strong follow-up, right? Potentially. even though they did not have the ether barrel in their opening hand. Here's Lubellion. And this board will do damage. You know, this board will do damage. Also, we still have Branded in red. Still keep going here. Battle phase. Attack with Aluber. Attack with Serenir. And if this Lubellion connects, which it does, there's only 1 minute and 25 left. Dude, that might that might just be the end phase for Nightfall here. The end phase is crazy, right? We have Albion, Titaniclad, High Spirits. Is there a Cartesia? There's no Cartesia. But Titaniclad summons Quem. Quem can send Cartesia, actually. Yeah, no. And that is going to be an impressive win here for Nightfall with the Branded deck. Turning around after a Game 1 loss. Turning around the entire series, winning Game 2 and 3 with Branded. Long-winded games. Pretty intense games as well. Especially Game 2 was a game that I thought was going Fidio's way the entire time, and then he turned it around. Interesting match to look at for sure. It did take out pretty much all of our it took out basically all of our time because it was Branded against Fiendsmith Control, so that was a long one, but it was a good one as well. So that was our top 64. We'll be back with our top 32 very shortly. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying the tournament so far. Been having some fun time watching the new stuff in action, and I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. I don't think we're gonna have a long break because once again we've hit the timeout now, and yeah, we'll be right back. All right, y'all, there we are. Top 32 is seeded and ready to go. We have 32 players left in the tournament. We started with little over 128. And here we are already down to the last 32 remaining. And I am now here with the task of trying to pick a feature match for this top 32. Who are we seeing that we definitely want to see moving forward? A lot of names from previous Challenger Cups. I gotta say, as always, we have some dedicated Challenger Cup duelists in here that play these tournaments so well. Who are we interested in seeing? They haven't started yet, so we can just check out some of these pairings. Matrix. All right, you said Matrix. We're going Matrix. Haven't seen either of these two duelists yet, so I am down for table 10. Bronas versus Sad Nico, also a good feature match up here, I think. We can check that out if this one finishes quickly. All right, and there we go. Top 32 begins now. Good luck, duelists. Let's see what we got here. All right, we got Skilla 10 going first. 41 versus 40. And there's a Fiendsmith Tract. Now, of course, Fiendsmith Tract could still be anything, essentially. And Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is used on that Fiendsmith Tract. Should we imperm Lacrima? I don't think imperming Lacrima is that good. Ash Blossom on Tract will end the turn here. Not the first time we've seen this actually today. We've seen a couple of Ash Blossoms on Tract, and most of them have ended the turn, so... Oh well. Normal summon of Lacrima over on the other side. So we definitely have Fiendsmith involved with both decks here. Sending Paradise for Lacrima. Interesting. That's going to turn into Fiendsmith's Requiem. And will the Requiem resolve on the other end? There is a max C, so it will resolve, but not without giving the opponent some cards if this resolves. And it does. Okay. Honestly, it's hard to decide which side to be on in this equation. Would you rather have your Fiendsmith card ashed, or would you rather have your Fiendsmith card successfully max-C'd? I don't know, actually. Okay, well, the maxi draws a card here for the summon of the Engraver. And now the question is, do you keep going under this maxi, or do you just attack and pass the turn? I mean, here's the thing, right? Depending on what kind of defensive cards they have in hand, they already have Paradise in the graveyard, which is Disruption. So it's not the worst spot to be in for Matrix here. Ooh, we see Fiendsmith Sanct. So that seems to be a more dedicated Fiendsmith deck with Sanct as well as Fiendsmith Track. And the Engraver attacks. There is a response window, though. Maybe a Bastille that we can consider using. And the Engraver connects. I think it was a Bastille that we were thinking about there, but we decide 1800 damage is nothing to be worried about. We can just take it and hold the Bastille for the most optimal spot. Turn passes over. We have two new cards compared to last turn. We drew one off Maxi and one for turn here. And we could also attempt Tracked again, because that is once per turn. And here we go. Engraver is going to try and add another Track. There it is. Thinking about what to add here, but it is just going to be the Fable Lurry, which is also what you discard. And here, I guess the first question is going to be, do we play two Requiems? Because if we don't play two Requiems, we cannot turn this Lurry into a Requiem, which is not great. If we even get to keep the Lurry, because they might decide to use the Paradise on it. Paradise sent Desiree, of course, one way to create disruption with the Fiendsmith cards now, which previously was not possible. I mean, it was possible, but no one played Fiendsmith in Paradise because you couldn't get it to the graveyard very efficiently. Now with Lacrima, you can. There is a second Requiem. They saved the Royal one for last. I never do that. I have one Royal Requiem and one regular. I never make the regular first. I feel like that's rule number one. You always make the Royal first. You always that is the first. Oh, it is the first. No, I switched it up. Yeah, no, I was looking at the opponent's graveyard. My bad. My bad. Matrix had a Requiem in the grave. Yeah, okay. I was tripping. My bad. Which means that everything is normal. They have made the Royal Requiem first. Everything is good. Nothing unusual has happened. No suspect activity. Alright, and there is the Fiendsmith in Paradise in both players' decks now, as you can see. And Engraver tries to return from the graveyard by shuffling back the Lurie. So far, it just looks like it is two Fiendsmith control decks up against each other. Which, that was also, to be fair, that was the first deck I pivoted towards after the new pack. I thought, hey, now finally we can play Fiendsmith control, because that was looking pretty strong in my eyes. So I'm glad to see some people agree with me and bring the deck to the tournament today. Of course, when you're talking Fiendsmith control, you're talking a variety of different options. So like, I don't think it's clear yet what the best version of the deck can be. There's Fiendsmith Bestial, there's Fiendsmith Kashtira, there's even Fiendsmith Primite as well, which is something I've been tinkering around with a little bit as well. So all kinds of different versions of the deck out there. I guess we'll see which one is going to be the best one, and also which one might be a potential option for the second stage of the Worlds qualifier next month. But of course, until then, there's still some time. There's going to be, I think there's another pack. There's probably another Forbidden and Limited List update. And there's also just meta development in general that's going to be happening until then. So like something like Mermail, for example, we've seen it earlier. Mermail is a very, very strong deck against Fiendsmith control. If Mermail remains one of the like most important things to be expected for the second stage, I think Fiendsmith control loses a lot of appeal when it comes to the second stage. If Mermail is popular, you gotta reconsider the Fiendsmith control, especially with Bestials. Right? If everyone is on Fiendsmith, and therefore everyone is on Bestials, then all of a sudden Mermail could be a really good call. Alright, Effect Veiler hits Fiendsmith's sequence here. And that will resolve. So no fusion summon for you. It's gonna be a pass here. That one Effect Veiler essentially does it. Not great. Not even outing the Engraver on the board. This is top 32. Does a Rysart being legal change anything for Fiendsmith Kashtira? I doubt it. I don't think you're going to be seeing a lot of a Rysart in that deck. Alright, and there it is, a Bestial. We've talked a lot about them. Here we see the first one in this match. I think both decks are probably playing them. We're using the Druisform here to counter the Lacrima on our own turn. Lacrima still goes back into the deck, but the Requiem is banished instead of special summoned. So that is quite annoying, actually, I think, for Matrix. We're using Fiendsmith Sanct in the end phase here. It was our set card. It was not actually a real threat. It was just Fiendsmith Sanct. We're getting a Fiendsmith token. How does that one look, even? Oh, it's just the image of Sanct. Okay, sure. Fiendsmith token. So we're starting to turn off with some resources on the board already, which is pretty good. Once again, important question, do we play 2 Requiem? Because if we play 2 Requiem, none of this is even a slight problem. If we only play 1 Requiem, we might have some issues because one of it is because it's banished. Right? Which I would think is the first thing you're going to find out here. The first thing we're going to find out is if they turn a token into Requiem or not. Because I think if you play 2 Requiem, you probably make it here first action. And that is such a big deal. And I think if, once again, if Bestials are super common, in this upcoming format, then people are probably forced to play 2 Requiem, especially in the Fiendsmith focused decks, right? Like if you play Fiendsmith Control, you want to play 2 Requiems, I think. If you play Fiendsmith as an engine, it might be okay to risk losing the Requiem because, I mean, after all, it's not the entirety of your deck that revolves around it. So here we see them making Fiendsmith sequence. Oh no, they make Lina. Okay, interesting. That makes sense because I was about to say they make sequence, but the opponent has Fiendsmith and Paradise in the graveyard, which is problematic. If they want to hit the Fiendsmith control decks, putting Requiem to 1 might actually be a good hit. I agree with you in the sense that if they want to hit Fiendsmith control, yes, that would be an interesting one. However, I think in terms of power level and in terms of what needs to be balanced, I think they should more worry about Fiendsmith as an engine in other decks. I think pure Fiendsmith in terms of power level is fine. We have a second Maxi though, which hurts a lot if it resolves. Does Lina search if it's sent to grave? No, Lina has to be destroyed. All the Charmers have to be destroyed. Sending does not trigger them. All right, Bestial Magnamut is chained to the Maxi. Banishing their own Baylor instead of the opponent's Engraver. Okay. Oh no, we targeted that with Lina. Oh, okay. Oh, but wouldn't that have been super nice then? Because then we would have banished the opponent's Engraver and not given them a single draw for the Maxi. I feel like that was at least worth a consideration. How about that? Would have been kind of cool, wouldn't it? Not banishing Lacrima. Banishing Lacrima is not possible at this point because Lacrima can chain to bring back Requiem and shuffle itself back into the deck. So that was like, you can't target Requiem or Lacrima with this Bestial because they can just dodge it. But I think targeting the Engraver would have been pretty neat because you would have banished the Engraver and you wouldn't have summoned it with Lina. So you would have denied them the draw off Maxi completely. And because you are summoning Magnamut, you're getting another Bestial next turn, which means you've already banished one of your opponent's Engravers, and you have another Bestial for the second Engraver, at which point you can basically outgrind the Fiendsmith Mirror if you just banish both of their Engravers. Like, I think that is something that Fiendsmith in general is a lot weaker to in Master Duel, because Engraver is semi-limited. So if you can somehow, over the course of like the first couple of turns, if you can manage to banish 2 Engravers, you just win the grind game, right? And that can be 2 Bestials, it can be 1 Bestial and then SP Little Knight or something like that. But that is very scary when you're playing Fiendsmith with only 2 Engravers, basically. Fusion Lacrima can summon it back. Yeah, but making Fusion Lacrima is a lot harder when you have no Engravers, right? Like, you have to somehow get a Light Fiend onto the field, which is already not that easy because you can't just bring out Engraver from the grave. You basically have to, like, hard draw Tract or Sanct or Lacrima in the middle of the game, right? Because we're not talking turn 1, right? We're talking like mid game, when most of your Light Fiends are in the graveyard, and like both Engravers are banished. It's not that easy to get to sequence. And it's also not that easy to fuse with Fiendsmith Tract's Graveyard Effect, which is the other way to fusion summon, right? So, but yes, it's not like the game is over if you have banished 2 Engravers, but it's like significantly harder. Do you think 3 copies of Tidying is good in Bestial Fiendsmith? Bouncing back Bestial seems good. I mean, the thing with Tidying is, like, if you draw it without a Bestial, it's going to be super dead. But if you draw it with a Bestial and you're playing against a matchup where Bestials are good, then yes, of course. That's nice. But that's a lot of ifs, you know? You have to play against a deck that Bystials are good. You have to draw your Bystials. You have to have the time to set the Tidying, and you have to draw the Tidying in the first place. So it's like, I don't know if I would necessarily do that. Because at the same time, you could just be playing more Bystials if you think Bystials are good. Right? All right, we see an Ash Blossom here on the Paradise, stopping it from sending a Desiree. Here's the thing, though. Magnamood still grabs a Baldrake. And that's rough. Baldrake is not an easy one to deal with in this situation. But, of course, it could be worse. It really could be worse. It would be worse if this Engraver was banished, I think. And we had one less card in hand. Is that a Light and Dark Chaos Angel? I believe that is a Light and Dark Chaos Angel, yes. But we have a solution for it because we have Imperm. We Imperm it, and that means it's gonna be affected this turn. There it is, the second Engraver. Engraver equips Requiem, and now we can send the Chaos Angel to the graveyard. Which they let it happen. And now it's an Engraver Stare Down. I like watching Fiendsmith control mirror matches. I know for some people it's too slow, but I think it's very enjoyable. I think it has a lot of niche interactions that you only encounter in the Fiendsmith mirror match. I like it. And it feels like this one in particular has a lot of micro decisions. Like, we've talked about so many small decisions over the course of this game. Rex Tremende as the Paradise target versus Bystials could be neat. I did think about this as well. It is cool. At the same time, I feel like it's a little too niche with Rex Tremende. It's like a little bit too hard to pull off the recycling effect. Like, I understand that they tried to give us a way to recycle Fiendsmiths from Banished with Rex Tremende, but it's just a little bit too hard to do, I feel like. Because most of the time, here's the thing, right? You can send Rex Tremende with Fiendsmith in Paradise, but most of the time you use your Fiendsmith in Paradise defensively for Desiree, and then when you need the recycling from the Rex Tremende, you don't have a Paradise left, because that's usually like turn 3-4 is when you're like, oh, I might need to recycle something, right? So usually you'll already have used the Paradise defensively at that point. Alright, here's Fiendsmith sequence. Solution is to play 2 Paradise. If they gave Fiendsmith a deck, a way to like get the Paradise out of its hand effectively, yes, that would be cool. But like, as it stands, it's already bad enough to draw the 1 Paradise, so I don't think that's gonna be a good way to do it. But to be fair, I think that's not a bad thing, right? I think the fact that Fiendsmith even has a weakness in the grind game, I think is good. Because the deck is already, I mean, Fiendsmith is already a very strong deck in the grind game, right? It's very well known for being a strong grindy deck. So if it had like literally no weakness in the grind game, it would probably just be too powerful straight up, right? So I think pure Fiendsmith having that weakness where sometimes your Engravers get banished, I think is a good thing. You're saying if I have a discard, I can play 2 Paradise? I mean, if your deck is like really grindy and struggles with losing access to the Fiendsmith engine and you have a very easy way to discard the Paradise, then yeah, you could consider it. Even then, I think it might still be a one-off, but you could consider it. It's a lot of ifs, though, once again. All right, we see a lot of back and forth here. We're going to the battle phase with this Engraver, so the Requiem can no longer tag out because it can only tag out in the main phase. Ooh, there's a Baldrake. Isn't it crazy that they're playing Bestial Fiendsmith and turn 6 is the first time they're actually banishing an opponent's Fiendsmith card? Alright, there's Paradise. Should I run 2 Desirees in Fiendsmith control? I really like running 2 Desirees, if you can, yeah. Sends Engraver to the grave instead of the Baldrake, because they're afraid of it being a Light Fiend into sequence. Understandable. There is a Tract. They have access to Light Fiend anyways. Lurie. And this might be a turning point for Matrix in this game. They have struggled a lot because they only play 1 Requiem and it's banished. However, this line could get them back into it because you can go sequence into Lacrima into special summon Requiem here. This is, of course, a core difference between Master Duel and the TCG is that Master Duel still has Fiendsmith's Lacrima, the fusion monster. So that is a way to recycle banished Fiendsmith cards sometimes. And here's the thing. Fiendsmith in Master Duel right now is actually legal in a constellation that has basically never been a thing in the TCG or OCG because they have this card legal, they have Lacrima alongside Agnum Day as well, so like the new support, and they also have Necroquip Princess, which is something that never happened before, right? Like in OCG at the moment, they have all these cards, but they don't have Necroquip. And in the TCG, they have all these cards, but they don't have Lacrima. So it's technically the most powerful Fiendsmith has ever been in terms of like card legality out of all the formats. Because in the TCG, they got rid of Fiendsmith's Lacrima before we got the main deck Lacrima. And in the OCG, they never gave him Necroquip Princess yet. Alright, here's a huge Nibiru in the middle of the game. That is actually a huge turning point here for Skilla. They are getting low on life points though, and that Lacrima is going to take another chunk away. 1200. End phase. This is a long game 1. This was 25 minutes so far. I mean, Fiendsmith versus Fiendsmith. I did enjoy it though. All right, and I think... Oh, another Bestial. And that's... Oh, that might be both Engravers. Both Engravers. Banished. I wonder why you shotgun this. I wonder why. I guess you don't want to give him the recycle. Okay, nah, that makes sense. They don't want to give him the recycle. They want to just banish it straight up. Okay, I get it. That makes sense. The thing is, I think a Light Fiend in hand here for Skilla will end it. I think if they have a Light Fiend that they can normal summon, like a Lacrima, to make sequence, to bring back the banished Engraver, I think they win. That's what it's going to come down to. All right. They're thinking about responding to this Baldrake, which means they might have their own Bestial, and they're thinking about just doing that to stop the Baldrake from coming down. I don't think that's worth, because you can just attack the Baldrake and then summon your Bestial anyways by banishing your opponent's card. That feels better. So there's the Baldrake. And it is Druid's Worm. Yep, they have a Bestial. Banishing the opponent's Fiendsmith cards now. Does the opponent have Lacrima access? They do have Lacrima, okay. That's one banished. They still have Paradise? No, they both gone through Paradise. So here's the thing. You could just attack this Baldrake and then make Typhon to bounce the token. You could also make Typhon to bounce your own Baldrake, your own Druisworm though. It can do that. Which could be massive in the Fiendsmith Mirror, of course, to be able to banish with the Druisworm a second time. But then you would be leaving this token alive, which is kind of scary when you're on 1800 life points. Instead, we make Moon of the Closed Heaven. There's no way you play 3 Requiems, right? There's no shot. So you have a normal summon? You do have a normal summon. Okay, that makes sequence. That's massive. That's massive. I think after all this grind, I think Skilla has found a way to break through. I think this sequence is the winning sequence. I think this is going to end it. It's not going to end this turn because we're in main phase 2. But I think this is going to establish the winning position basically for them. There's a lot of positioning going on in the Fiendsmith Mirror match, as you can see from this game. We're going to make the Lacrima here. We're going to bring back the banished Engraver that still has not returned from the graveyard as well. And then we can make whatever. I think M7 is looking very strong here, adding back a Bestial. I think it could be anything. So like Lacrima here is going to return, bringing back the Requiem. You play 2 Paradise? Are you about to send another Paradise? Or are you just doing this before they can Caesar? I think they're just doing it before they can Caesar. There's no way you play 2 Paradise. Okay, I was about to say. Now this, on the other hand, exposes the second Engraver to SP Little Knight. So I think M7, add back Bestial, make SP Little Knight, banish the second Engraver. Dude, I like this mirror match. This mirror match is so fun. Druisworm back to hand. Lacrima burn for 12. Can also just banish the on-field Lacrima, of course, with the SP Little Knight, which is also kind of makes sense. But you can send it with Engraver, right? Because we haven't used Engraver to send yet, and we can still equip with Sequence. So you can like bring back Engraver, equip Sequence, send the Lacrima from field, or you just leave it there. Sure, cool. That's actually scary. I don't know. Why are we leaving this? Maybe low on time. It's been a long game. They might be low on time. It's been a 30-minute game 1, by the way. It was main phase 2. No, but they could still bring back Engraver, equip it with Sequence, and then use the Engraver effect to send the Lacrima. But I think they were low on time. So here's the thing. Matrix, I don't think has gone through Typhon yet. Yeah, there's Typhon. Thing is, at this point, you just lose to the Engraver follow-up, right? And I think, I hate to be the one that says it, that brings it up again, but I think this all goes back to that one turn where we did not banish the opponent's Engraver in the Lina interaction. Because imagine all this time, Skilla has one less Engraver that you need to worry about and one less card in hand. I think it makes a huge difference in the long run. We set a monster. Now, what on earth are we setting? What on earth are we setting? Lacrima burn alternate win con. It's banished. the Lacrima is banished. Cyber jar. Yes, let's go. I hope it's cyber jar. Oh, there's Primite after all this? Dude, this game just keeps on giving. It's the game that keeps on giving. There's Primite in all this? We haven't seen it. It's turn 9. Bro, this is only game 1. They have 12 minutes left. All right. Requiem effect. Surely the game is going to end this turn. Summon Lacrima. Don't even know if Lacrima has a target left. One Engraver's banished. Lacrima only has a target if they play 3 track. Okay. Ruisworm sends the Typhon, which puts Lacrima in the grave for the opponent, which is technically also follow-up. Do something with Agnum Day, please. I want to see some Agnum Day. Fusion 3 for Desiree. Finally, Agnum Day. Let's go. There's Agnum Day. Desiree effect. Sent the set monster. Probably like a Charmy, right? The only thing I can think... Oh, Drollin Lockbird. Something that doesn't matter at this point anymore. Right? Has to be. Why chain now? Because I think they want to go equip the Desiree with Agnum Day in sequence and then use Lordly Load to make the Drill Beam live. Oh, it was another Lacrima. Okay. Sure. They shuffled sequence? Oh, they did shuffle sequence. Okay, well, anyways, they want to use the Lordly Load to summon White Dust on again. No Dippity? No one has the Dippity technology yet? And this is gonna be game. Because they summon out Requiem. But the Drill Beam will just banish whatever this Requiem summons. And then Desiree and Ether Barrel will get in for 6,200. Which is exactly, well, just slightly more than exactly what they need. There's the Lacrima. One last time for this game. Battle phase. Activate Primite Drill Beam. Banish Lacrima. And after 35 minutes, this Fiendsmith mirror match will end with Skilla taking the victory in a game that was long, but very fun and full of very, very meaningful micro decisions. I enjoyed watching that. That was fun. Well done. All right. Only game 1, though, which means we're in for game 2 and 3 still, potentially, if they even make it to a game 3. There's only 9 minutes left. That's going to be definitely close when it comes to timeout. Of course, Fiendsmith decks also notoriously strong in timeout situations because they have that 1200 burn damage option. So that's something that's going to be potentially relevant here. Games, I appreciate you. That thing has been cleared for me though. I've had some judges help me out with it after the lawyer games video. But yes, it is clear. But I appreciate the effort of clarifying. I've had people message me and explain. All right. Okay, we have duelists back at table 10 here for the second game of top 32. Should begin any moment now. No burn decks. Yeah, I mean that's the cool thing in my opinion about the new Challenger Cup rule set is that people have to now submit deck lists, which means that you can no longer just swap to like a life point gain or burn deck like if there's little time left. Which I mean, on the one hand, like the first time you see that, it's funny, but like the more often it happens, the more often you're like, eh. What did the judges clarify? It was about the Saint Azamina Ilya Sylvia situation with whether you take double reflect damage or not kind of situation. Okay. Okay. If I remember correctly, Skilla won game 1, but it seems like Matrix wanted to go second here in this one. So does that mean it's Tenpai? We'll see. It's a deck with infinite impermanence. Do with that information whatever you want. It is a deck with infinite impermanence. All right, so in this instance, because we started with Fiendsmith Tract, we actually do not have access to Fiendsmith Engraver at the moment. We're turning the Lacrima into a Necroquip Princess. And then we activate Bestial Lubellion, a card that we did not see all the way through game 1 here from Skilla, but we have it here in game 2, which is going to be a wonderful card because it also gives us a draw off of Necroquip Princess. It's my favorite thing to do with Fiendsmith decks is whenever I get to draw a card with Necroquip, I'm having a good time. I'm always having a good time if I can draw with Necroquip. And that's actually the end of the turn. Necroquip pass, which if you do have a good amount of interruption in hand, it can still be fine. But we'll see if that's the case here. Necroquip, in the end phase, we're going to use Serenir onto the Requiem, which is also going to stop the Lacrima from sending Paradise on the opponent's turn. Serenir hits the board. When I draw 2 from Toxic Bubble. Is Toxic Bubble, is that the new evil hero? I think so, yeah. What's the condition for it to draw 2 cards again? Like, what do you have to do in order to draw 2? You have to have a fusion from Dark Fusion. Ah, okay. All right, Lacrima is the normal summon here, and they're using Ghost Ogre on it. I'm not sure if that's super meaningful, because Lacrima can just send an Engraver, and that can just return itself, or like bring itself to the field, and then we can still make the Requiem. I think in this instance, maybe using the Ghost Ogre on the Regained would have been nice to get rid of that, but it does give you a draw for the Necroquip, so I kind of understand. Maybe you want to get that out there. The problem is the Regained is going to make your Bestials significantly worse for the rest of this game, right? Like, it's going to be very hard to get rid of your opponent's Fiendsmith cards under Regained. So, yeah. But it does get a body off of the field, and it makes it a little more awkward for Matrix to do anything with the Fiends unless they have Tracked, in which case the Ogre feels like it doesn't really matter. All right. Add Lurry, discard Lurry. Max C though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Chain Serenir. Onto your own Lurry, maybe? No. Onto the Lubellion. Once again, I liked using Serenir on your own Lurry here to dodge the Max C. I think they're picking their targets for the Bystials a little bit too quickly. The same thing happened last game against Max C, because they're always giving them draws that they don't need to give. Because getting this Lurry body onto the field in exchange for a draw does not feel worth it to me. But we'll see where they take it from here. Because the thing is, you can attempt to go for game, of course, but that's never really gonna work. Because they have Bystials in their deck too. How are you gonna go for game with Fiendsmith Bystial against Bystials? We already know there's at least one Magnemute. I don't know, maybe what you can attempt to do, because I guess there's 2 minutes left. There's 2 minutes left for game 2, so if they can like inflict some damage here somehow, that might be a win con, sure. But the thing is, like, you're not gonna do any damage. You're not gonna do any damage, I don't think. Against, like, there's no worse deck to push into Max C against than Fiendsmith Bystial. Like, Fiendsmith Bystial will always have infinite that they can draw into, basically. Right? I don't know. Regained gives you back a Serenir. Can you still bring back Engraver? You can, but there is a Magnemute. So I think the way it works... Okay, some of the Challenger Cup regulars, correct me if I'm wrong. What happens if they hit time and it's 1-0, but it's the same life points? Do they still have to continue this game in like sudden death, or is it immediately a win for the person that won game 1? If they're on the same life total. I'm checking real quick. Okay, last card in hand is Magnemute. How much does this change? Regardless of life total, the 1-0 wins. Okay. I mean, it is time now. And I would say it is most likely pretty fair that Skilla is winning. Because, I mean, they were winning this game regardless, to be honest. They were winning this game regardless. Time has been called over 10 seconds ago. In main phase 1, even before the M7 hit the board. I don't think... unless they had extra time, which I don't know. That is something they may have figured out with the judge, but I think it doesn't matter. I think Skilla wins this one, and to be fair, this was a game they would have won regardless, I think. Yeah, okay. Fiendsmith Mirror, finally at the level where I wanted them all this time. You know, I've been saying this when they released Fiendsmith into Snake Eye format and stuff like that. Like all the combo versions of Fiendsmith, they were always fine. The control version of Fiendsmith is now also in Master Duel. We needed those cards for this version of the deck to be viable, and I quite enjoy it personally. So that was a banger top 32 in my opinion. Congratulations for Skilla for moving on, and we will see how far they're gonna make it. But next step is going to be the top 16. So don't go anywhere. Top 16 is about to begin in just a couple of minutes. Oh. Hello everybody from the Farfa stream. We have just finished our top 32 and are now waiting for our top 16 to begin. Actually, top 16, they've just posted the announcement. We don't actually have to go on a break. It's in 2 minutes. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome everybody. And we are about to head into the top 16 of today's Challenger Cup. Of course, with so far a lot of impact from the most recent pack that has added Smith. We've seen Mermail as well. We've even seen Argostars, which, let me quick glance at the bracket, but Marco, the player that had Argostars earlier, was indeed eliminated in the top 128, so they are no longer with us. I don't know if anyone else is representing the Argostars here in top 16. Chances are probably not. But, well, we did see it at least. You know, that's more than you could have asked for. Just updating all the overlays for top 16. Okay. Well, so what I'm looking for here in top 16, once again, ooh, Anestis versus Bronas. That's looking like a good one. I think I've got my feature match. I think I've got my first feature match for top 8. We have seen neither of those duelists so far in today's tournament, so I don't know what they're playing. But they are usually some pretty household names in the Challenger Cup scene. Are Challenger Cups weekly? More than weekly, I think, at this rate. I think there's multiple each week. The easiest way, if you're looking to play Challenger Cups, which are completely free and super easy to enter, is you just type !Challenger Cup in the chat right now. Then you'll get a link to a Discord server, which is where they're all hosted from. Basically, there's like one central Discord server where they post like the schedule. And then you just join whichever Challenger Cup you want to join. And then you're good to go. It's !Challenger Cup with no space in between. There you go. Yeah. All right, and with that, the top 16 timer has started, so you guys may begin. I don't know why no one has started, or whether maybe it's my game lagging behind a little bit. They should be starting right about now. There you go. It's now popping up. Okay. Duelists are beginning. Is this Discord for EU only? So it is EU Challenger Cups, and in order to receive your prizing, you do need an EU address. Ooh, Magical Musketeer Starfire is obviously something that I've played in TCG before, as well as other people have. I think Dinkabui may have been the first one to play it, as usual. They have great synergy with Fiendsmith because it's light Fiends. So you can play a Fiendsmith control version with some Fiendsmith in it as well, and that works. With some Musketeer version, Musketeer in it, basically. Which is the first time we're seeing it today, actually. Kind of surprising that it's the first time in the top 16, but here we are. Molcharmi Fuvalos activated in response to the Requiem. Very strong counter, and we have 2 of it. Oh, we have 2. Okay, most likely that we are not going to go into this. Oh, the little animation that they added is also the first time we're seeing that today, actually. So from now on, in case you haven't noticed that yet, after Molcharmi Fuvalos has resolved, you have this little animation. You see the little bubbles on the deck and the extra deck, basically reminding players that whenever they summon from those locations, there will be a draw. Now, that engraver came from the hand, which means we drew no cards, actually, which is very funny. And that's pretty good, actually. Is this the same? Does Perulia also have those bubbles? Like, over the hand? Okay. Well, we did not get a card off of these 2 Fuvas, but we still passed the turn And we have a Baldrake and an Engraver. That's a pretty strong start if you ask me. Going second, double mold Charmy, Engraver, and Baldrake. Pretty good. Pretty good. Now, here's the question. Does Bronas have Bestials themselves to stop this Lurry? So I think you'd really want to stop this Lurry. There is a Druis Worm. Very nice. Strong Druis Worm here, getting rid of the Lurry. Now there's an Engraver in the graveyard with no Light Fiend to return to bring itself back at this point in time. We have Lubellion as well. Can I draw like an Estes just once in my life? It'd be so sick. Did we see any Primite Fiendsmith? We absolutely have, yes. They are also still in the tournament, some of them. Primite Fiendsmith has been one of the control versions that people have been playing. For sure. Yeah, I can imagine the Perulia animation to be a little bit more awkward than because it's like hovering over your hand. There's bubbles. I don't know. They probably just don't interfere with your clicks anyway, so it's probably fine. Was there any punk today? Surprisingly, no punk today yet. I was saying, like, I'm actually interested in seeing punk because my only experience with the new punk cards so far is I ran into one of those decks on ladder. And I lost to it because it was actually pretty strong. I felt like I lost to it with Fiendsmith. It was pretty impressive how much it could do. Yeah, emergency teleport back to 3, which was, I suppose, that was because of punk. Well. Ooh, Phantasme here in main phase 2. That's cute. That could definitely help depending on what we pick up here. It is going to give the Regained a revive. Which, if you had a Ghost Ogre for this, it'd be perfect, I guess. Nope. Ghost Ogre is in a weird spot now. Because Ghost Ogre used to be so powerful before this pack. And basically every deck was playing 3 Ghost Ogres because of Blue Eyes. And it was also pretty good against Millennium in the Snake Eye decks. The problem is, I feel like the new decks don't really care about Ghost Ogre as much, right? Like Fiendsmith piles, as well as Mermail. Ghost Ogre is not that good against those. So it's a little bit weird with Ghost Ogre now. I feel like they're still popular decks, don't get me wrong. Like Blue Eyes and Millennium are still viable and popular and strong, and the Ghost Ogre is still going to be good against it. But for the most part, when you're playing those kind of cards, you're looking for them to be as good in as many matchups as possible. Like drawing a Ghost Ogre in a matchup where it does essentially nothing it feels kind of bad. Ghost Ogre, I guess the thing with Ghost Ogre is that, like, it still has applications in those matchups, right? Like against Fiendsmith, sometimes you can Ghost Ogre Desiree. You can sometimes Ghost Ogre Branded Regained against Bestial Fiendsmith. You can Ghost Ogre Lacrima sometimes to prevent Requiem. Like, it can happen. But against Mermail, I think Ghost Ogre is relatively weak. For the most part. Coral Anemone? Yeah, but the problem is when they go for Coral Anemone is already, like, they've already looked at your hand with Minstrel at this point, right? And if they cared about the Ghost Ogre, they could have just gotten rid of it. I guess it's only if you have, like, let's say you have Nibiru plus Ghost Ogre, and then your opponent has to take the Nibiru, so they can't. But then they know the Ghost Ogre is there, right? So it's a little iffy. It's weird against Mermail. And then it's like, yeah, you can Ghost Ogre the Coral Anemone, but they have banished one card off your hand with the Minstrel, and you lose the other two for Mooling Glacier. So you have one card left in hand, and you've just Ghost Ogre the Coral Anemone, and everything else is still there. Like, it's... yeah. How good is Mermail right now? We saw it earlier. It looked pretty convincing. It won the feature match we had for it. I'd have to check to see if they're still in. It was like top 64 that we watched it, I think. But it's scary. It's a pretty strong deck. And it has a really good matchup against Fiendsmith decks. Like pure Fiendsmith decks. Because as you can see right now in this game going on, there's a lot of Bystials in these decks to counter each other and Blue Eyes. But the Bystials do nothing against Mermail. Like absolutely nothing, right? And so that's a big deal. If everyone is playing a lot of Bystials for Fiendsmith, then Mermail is in a pretty good spot. Water statue is good. The board that they make is so scary. The barrier statue board is so scary. What did the TCG do to counter Mermail? I mean, side decking helps against it, right? Because cards like Droll Lockbird and stuff are pretty strong against it. Going first post side is just a lot easier as well. In best of one, it's a little bit harder. Also, like of course, there's Ryziel in the TCG, which used to make Abyss Dweller. Yeah. I think they need to ban Water Statue. They might do some. They might end up doing something about Mermail for now. But the thing is, we need to see. We know the deck is scary, right? We all agree on the fact that that deck is scary. But scary does not necessarily equal meta domination, right? Like the decks can be scary to play against, and at the same time not have the win rate to actually like justify, I don't know, a card being forbidden or something like that, right? So at this point, I think it remains to be seen. I mean, at first glance, there's a lot more people playing Fiendsmith Control today than Mermail. So yeah. Kind of like Gimmick Puppet. It is kind of like Gimmick Puppet, right? But at the same time, you could argue that they should get rid of Gimmick Puppet cards anyways, because the way that deck wins is just not fun. So I think there is other things to consider when you're making a Forbidden and Limited list than just win rate, I suppose. Because sometimes if a deck wins on the first turn, even if it only does so like slightly over 50% of the time, it might not be good enough to be meta relevant, but it might be good enough to consider doing something about it. Because people don't like losing on the first turn. Okay, we're going to the battle phase. We're trying to force the IP Masquerade with the Druid Swarm. We have forgotten Chaos Angel protects all monsters, not just Synchros. So in the process here, we have given our opponent a draw of Regained, a summon of Regained, and we did not even out the IP Masquerade. So complete disaster here in the battle phase. And now we're in main phase 2 with no more battle phase, and there's a Baldrake on the board that can interfere with our plays. Alright. And Bronas will concede here in game number 1 of this Fiendsmith Bystial mirror match. And Anestis is taking the win here, despite using 2 Fuvas and not drawing a card of it because we summoned from hand with the Requiem. But still, good enough there. I mean, the hand was basically custom made, right? Like, if you tell me you're gonna go second with Fiendsmith Bestial, and then they you know, like, give me 2 Mulcharmies, give me Lubellion, give me Engraver, and then I don't even care about the last 2. What were the last 2? It was like, oh, plus a Bestial. Like, it was Baldrake, Lubellion, Engraver, 2 Fuvas, and 1 other card. Are players queuing Fiendsmith Bestial for Blue Eyes and facing no Blue Eyes? I mean, Fiendsmith Bestial is a strong deck in a multitude of matchups. It's not just good versus Blue Eyes. It's good against any deck that has Fiendsmith cards. Like Millennium Snake Eyes, I think, is not actually that good into Bestial Fiendsmith, depending on, you know, they usually have a lot of other non-engine as well, right? Like Ash Imperm, Baylor, Ghost Ogre, and stuff. Ooh, there's Horus cards in this. Horus cards? Okay. Please tell me it's a zombie vampire angle. From a, I hate it when my opponent summons zombie vampire, because it feels like they're just relying on luck. But when I'm watching a game, I love it when zombie vampire happened. That card is content. Okay, what happened? Lurie, Ghost Ogre, Maxi, Ash Blossom. Well, you wish you had those cards in hand, didn't you? And we summoned Dia Bellstar. All right. $47 card. Wait, 60 card. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is 60 card Millennium Snake Eyes. And you still hit Dia Bellstar with Zombie Vampire. Guys, do we consider the Millennium cards a starter for the Snake Eye engine, even though Beatrice is forbidden? Because if you believe hard enough, you can just hit him with Zombie Vampire. Yes, get it twisted. I mean, from what I've seen so far, it is that simple. From what I've seen so far, it is just that. They are just starters for Snake Eyes. Because if you don't have Snake Eyes in your hand yet, you're just gonna hit it. As we are showcasing here by Bronas, it just works. All right, there's Divine Temple. Activate Divine Temple. Into Snake Eye, Dia Bellstar. There is something here for Anestus. There's some possible response. Kind of spooking me out over here. Linkuriboh with the Poplar. Poplar effect. Blaze Ash. Snake Eye, Dia Bellstar. A lot of resources we're committing before we're in the Nibiru safe, I feel like. This feels like a situation where the combo has gotten so twisted because we went through Zombie Vampire and we just have so many resources that we have just given up on playing around Nibiru. We're just playing... They don't have it. They don't have it. But they have something. Surely at this point we can afford to make an Appaloosa or something. The thing is, even the Nibiru here wouldn't even be that strong, right? You get the Divine Temple summon of the Ash Blossom. You still have Engraver in the graveyard to bring itself back. So, like, the Nibiru isn't even that strong here, but eventually you do have to use Nibiru. Otherwise, it's actually not going to do anything if they have it. Maybe they're just bluffing it. I don't know what LSD response could be there. But, yeah. There's Flamberge. Didn't even normal summon? Nah. No normal summon. IP Masquerena. Still thinking about something. I don't know if I still believe that they could have Nibiru, because I feel like the point where I personally would have Nibiru has already passed. It was probably when the Oak was on the field, after the Snake Eye Ash tagged out into the Oak. That is probably where I would have felt the need to do it, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's a combination of interruptions and they're thinking about how to use it. Oh no. Well, whatever it is, they're not using it yet. There's Appaloosa now. IP Masquerena in the Spell Trap Zone off the Flamberge. This Appaloosa is also protected. It is a Bestial onto the IP Masquerena, but the Appaloosa surely stops that. All right. Do we have another Bestial? Oh, there is Nibiru. Okay. Okay. Well, Nibiru hits the board. And the Bestial Druisworm is going to still banish this IP Masquerena. Now, here's the thing though. Still, this feels pretty big. At the same time, they still revive with Flamberge. They still have the Fiendsmith stuff available. And they haven't normal summoned. So it still feels like we can make a significant board happen here. Well, there's more. If there's another Bestial for the Fiendsmith part, now then we're talking, I think. If it's like a Baldrake Banish Engraver here, then we're talking. There's something. It's Magnamood out of all things. Yo. That's crazy. Okay, still at this point it hurts. It definitely hurts here. But it might. I don't know if it. I mean, they can still do some stuff. They ash the Magnamood. Okay, sure. Sure. We can still make Promethean Princess. We can still normal summon. You could also still make Moon and then turn the Moon into Sequence. You also have Talents. Look at the hand. Show me the hand. What is it? What do you have over there? You have more responses. More responses. Okay. Okay, dude. Yeah. Yeah, we get it. They're all here. That's crazy. Well, you better pick well, Bronas, from the last card in hand. Bro, of course it was Engraver. Did they add a feature to Master Duel where you can just pick your opening hand? Because I feel like that's what must have happened here. No! On your turn? On your turn! Oh my god, what? Nibiru on your own turn? There's no way. On the first turn of the game, by the way. There's the first turn of the game. Bro, and where's your hand? You got no cards left. Bro, I don't know if I've ever seen two players Nibiru each other on the same turn, and it was turn one of the game. That was crazy. That was crazy. Oh man. Okay. All right. What are you drawing? What are you drawing? Dude, that's insane, isn't it? That's also crazy. What the hell? You're gonna banish their Fiendsmith from the grave, but they have Lacrima for they have Lacrima for nothing. They have no link. That wins. I think that wins. I genuinely think that wins from this position. They banished the second copy of Engraver. Both of them are now banished. They run over SP Little Knight. They summon back Lubellion in main phase 2, which place is regained, which is crazy with all the Bestials they have in the graveyard. And now the opponent is on no card. They do have original in the graveyard with likely a second copy of Snake Eye Oak. Maybe that can save them. What is this game? Okay, well, pass turn. There should be an achievement for both players here. There should be an achievement for using Nibiru on your own turn, but there should also be an achievement to make your opponent use Nibiru on their own turn. Turn 1 out of all things. Because that's impressive. End phase. Oh god, they have nothing. Oh, they have nothing. They don't play a target for... You play 60 card Snake Eyes and you can't fit a second Snake Eye Oak? For follow-up? Are you kidding me? You got no room in there. In 60, huh? You got no room for a little Oak? And they also can't finish it. Oh, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. I guess they They... The Lubelli on top deck, man. The Lubelli on top deck. Ah, okay. Crazy. Crazy stuff. So wait, what was the score? That's Anestus moving on, right? Yeah, that's Anestus moving on. All right. We say goodbye to Bronas here in top 16. What a game it was, though. Holy. All right. Whew. See what's going on between Lemon and Agorni here. Ooh, Memento. Ooh, Perulia in main phase. So, okay. We're not off to a very... We're off to a start. So we activate... We don't activate Perulia immediately. Maybe we're toggled off. Maybe we were too slow. Okay. We get ashed on it anyways. And then normal summon Darkblade. And then Anguich grabs Sleepy. Into the Twin Dragon. So I have no information what these players have previously played. I think this is the first time we're seeing both of these duelists in today's stream. So, I mean, obviously, Agorni apparently has a Memento deck. No idea what this means for Lemon. Could be a Tenpai deck with the judging from the Perulia. You know, not... Could also just be Mermail. Those are typically the only decks that play Perulia at the moment. But, of course, if you... Maybe they have submitted a blind second deck as the secondary deck. So it could be anything. We'll see. Magnamood here. Banishing the Goblin instead of the Gaddock. Interesting. Which is definitely a problem if it is Tenpai. Magnamood very strong in Tenpai. Fusion in the grave to add fusion to hand. Activate fusion, shuffle material from grave. Make Creation King. Creation King feels so much less powerful if you already have the field spell because you're lacking that free Great Send here. It's still good, but... Alright. Bone Party for another Anguish. That's going to bring back... that's going to destroy Aki Hiron to add back the fusion spell. Gonna link to... into Cross Sheep. Okay, Cross Sheep line. Shuffle back 5 for Creation King. Combined Creation, rather. Cross Sheep gonna revive Ash Blossom. All 3 of these into an Appaloosa. Okay, but this Appaloosa is weaker than the Magnamood. End phase. Reset Bone Party. It's a pretty strong opener. And it is Tenpai. And this Genroku in hand is already gonna force 1 negate out of this Appaloosa. So it's down to 1600 already. But we can bring back with the combined creation, can we? Oh no, because we negate activation. Okay. Alright, normal summon Genroku. Activate Mace. Try to take it immediately. Chain Genroku, Chain Appo. Chain Maxi. Chain Maxi is good here. Because Memento summons a lot on the opponent's turn. Battle phase, Magna. They always have Kaiman. This is the first Tenpai we're seeing today, by the way. Unless I'm forgetting something. But it's the first Tenpai we're seeing today. They got Kaiman. Alright, gonna dodge the fuse here. Synchro to dodge, I mean. But that's gonna be Ruddy Rose Dragon. Okay. That's annoying. Memento Mictlan can steal something from the graveyard basically before. Yep, Sleepy. Draws a card for this though. They banished their own Chundra here, by the way. I think this is looking pretty good for Memento still, because Memento, once upon a time, would have struggled a lot with the combined creation being banished. No longer are we in those times because Akihiron has got their back. Akihiron can bring back banished Memento cards. Impulse here on the breakout is pretty big though. Do we even have a monster to destroy with the Bone Party, or does it just not resolve? It doesn't resolve. Okay. There's no way you lose to Tenpai with a banished Chundra, right? That'd be embarrassing. It's just SP attacking you for 5 turns. Oh, another breakout. You have another impulse? Nope. All right, Anguish gets the Memento Tatsuno Toshigo. Summons. Effect. Droplet. Okay. Droplet stops this, but now can't they just make a link to an attack? Oh. What happened to this? Why is this SP Little Knight just not activating any effects? Like, okay. First, it was Goblin and Tatsuno Toshigo, right? Tatsuno Toshigo activates its effect. Why don't we just SP Little Knight banish the Tatsuno Toshigo so it has to destroy the Goblin and just send a level 1 monster from deck to grave? It did? No, it hasn't. Not this turn. It has not activated this turn. You see the yellow check marks on every effect that has activated? It does not have any. Right to banish Witch. Oh, what is this then? What's happening right now, huh? Why is this? What is it doing right now, huh? Check the event viewer, the log. Guys, it just activated for a second. It just activated. It has not previously activated. That effect is once per turn, okay? Can we stop? Can we stop arguing about it? It has definitely not activated beforehand, please. Anyways, Memento takes the game because in the long run, you can move all those, like, all the things aside, all the micro decisions. In the long run, Memento with a banished combined creation beats Tenpai with a banished Chundra. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. The banished Chundra hurts more than the banished combined creation because both decks need that card to win, their respective banished card, but one deck has an easy way to get it back and the other deck doesn't. Yeah. All right. I don't know if this was game 2 or 3 between those two. We had Agorni beat Lemon here. Then we have Agorni. Okay, it was game 2 or 3. Either way, Agorni has won twice. Okay. What does the timer say? 7 or 8 minutes? Let's see. We can hop into a game between Astral and Sneetrox. All right. Astral going second in this game with a Perulia immediately. Oh, there's the bubbles in hand. Okay. Lordly Load for Drill Beam. Maiden for True Light gets Ghost Ogred. Yay, little bubbles. What are the bubbles? There's now basically similar to the Infinite Impermanence column glowing. They have added a reminder that the Molcharmies are active. So if you're under Perulia, there will be bubbles around the cards in your hand, indicating that if you summon from your hand, they'll draw a card. And if Huvalos is active, there will be those kind of bubbles on your deck and your action deck. Okay, Engraver effect, pass. Wonderful. We took full advantage of that turn that we got off of the Perulia. I swear, Fiendsmith Control sometimes, and this is why it's not like broken or unfair or anything like that. Fiendsmith Control sometimes plays like the most grindy and powerful deck in the long run, and sometimes it just feels like the worst deck. That second Ghost Ogre goes kind of hard though. But they still just, I mean, Lordly Load is so good. Like, Lordly Load is basically like a second True Light. And there's the third True Light, I suppose. Ooh, they play 2 Ultimate Spirits. You can't win a game by just passing, right? Do you know that? I know eventually they run out of Ultimate Spirits, but bubbles. All right, so you have lost, but you have made a lot of pretty bubbles this game. I will say. It's been a lot of pretty bubbles. See what's happening here. All right. Maiden of White. No. Oh, Kirin. Ooh. Pure Fire Kings. Let's go. I've been wanting to play this deck now with 3 Kirins. Ooh, we got the Impulse on the Roar as well. Take that. They have Maiden. Oh my god, it's so sad. They have Maiden anyways. Well, but it's just a pass. Wait, hold up. Why could they not use True Light to set anything in this instance? Opened Majesty, but they have to be playing Wishes, right? Opened both targets, and why did they not activate Wishes then if they have it in hand? There's no shot it doesn't have a target. If they had Wishes in hand, they would have activated Wishes and normal summoned Sage instead of normal summoned Maiden. Well, Wishes must search both. Okay, so maybe they don't have a target for Wishes, but wouldn't you still set a Wishes so you don't draw it later? Like, yeah, maybe the Wishes are not usable, but you'd still try to get them out of your deck, right? No smile. Okay. Good. Good talk. No smile. Yeah, they did draw Majesty. Okay, we figured that one out. Aha! They have a target for it. Weird. The third Kirin feels so good. Made no difference in this board state. I mean, the third Kirin definitely made a difference in this game because they opened 2, which was very strong on the opponent's first turn, and it's significantly more likely if you have 3 Kirin. Ooh, Sage off the top. Does that change things? Don't know if it does. Maybe it does. It's a good Sage, actually. Blue Eyes, Twistworm. Chain True Light to bring it back. Now we could Promethean Princess the Blue Eyes. Did they not activate Maiden? Oh, they couldn't because the link. Ah. Right. Right. Fire King doing Fire King things. I'm happy. So we can equip this and make a Tyrant that attacks everything. But it's weaker than Garunix, and you don't really want to be attacking the Kirin. Also yeah. I don't know why you're bringing back Promethean. I guess you bring back Promethean if they attack it, you banish it with thing. With the other effect of Ambler Whale. So Typhon. I mean this Royal Typhon though. Okay, actually in this instance, even though Typhon is gonna still lose the game, if you have a Royal Typhon though, you should make it. You should make it. In this instance, it's completely okay to contribute another loss to the Typhon foundation. But if it's Royal, hey, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna show it off, right? Of course you are. Of course you are. Why not reset Majesty with Tyrant? It was banished by SP Little Knight. It's not in the graveyard. How do you even get a Royal Typhon? How it's the same you get any Royal. You just get lucky by crafting it or pulling it. Blue Eyes is putting up a fight. I mean, it seemed like that, but at the same time, the fight that it put up was just Fire King playing the entire time, because it's just like, I'm gonna pop that card, that triggers that card, that destroys that card, then I can trigger more cards. It wasn't really the Blue Eyes decision on how long this game took. It was more like Fire King playing with its food, I feel like. Okay, y'all. We're gonna have a very short break. Just 2 minutes. I'm gonna run and grab some new water real quick before we go ahead and start with the top 8. Because all of top 32 is now finished and the pairings for top 8 have already been posted. So the break is going to be very, very small. I'm going to be literally right back. A minute or two max. I'll see you guys in a second for the top 8. All right, there we are. Water has been obtained and the top 8 has begun as well. Let's go ahead and spectate Abo Hamud versus Anestis for the first game. Because you guys been asking for that match in the chat right now, and I am listening. Let's see what we have. All right, Anestis going first. At the top of your screen right there. Lambert's Dragon. Okay, for the Diabell Star. So we have not seen much of the Snake Eye deck today, actually, but it is here in top 8. So this appears to be Anestis' other deck, I suppose, because they are playing Fiendsmith Bestial in their lineup for sure, but seems not like the deck this time. This is definitely a Snake Eye Fiendsmith. Which almost, it feels weird to say, but it almost feels like an outsider in today's tournament, right? The Snake Eye. We haven't seen much of it. We have not seen much of it, and the one we did see, I think, lost. Wasn't that? That was Bronas against the Nestas earlier, where both players resolved Nibiru on the first turn of the game, which was pretty crazy. But that was the only Snake Eye we've seen so far, I think. It's still the best deck, in my opinion. I mean, it's strong still. I don't know if I agree that it's necessarily the best deck. I don't think I see myself playing it for the second stage of the Duelist Cup, at least at this point. I don't know. It might just be personal preference, though. What are the odds of crafting a Royal or Glossy? I believe Glossy is 1 in 10 and Royal is 1 in 100. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think those were the odds. Or I guess, yeah, it could also be 50-50 depending on how you're looking at it. It either happens or it doesn't. It depends what side of science you're on. I crafted a royal lava golem. Lava golem probably one of the worst royals to have because you're always giving it to your opponent. So you never get to have it yourself. I think that makes it better. Does it? Maybe. Maybe it does. You tilt harder if your board gets royal golemed. Okay, would I? I don't think I agree. No, I think if my opponent puts a royal lava golem onto my field, I'll be annoyed for a second. Then I'll realize it's royal, and I'll be like, at least it's royal. I think I don't know. Hard to say. I would tilt harder if I got glossy lava golemed. Is glossy the worst one to get hit by? Because glossy is like, oh, dude, you could have gone all the way and given me a royal. That would have at least looked better. Maybe that's the worst one to get hit by. See, that's what Snake Eye combos are good for. You can have all kinds of conversations during it. You can have like the talk can be as deep as you want, essentially, because you got time. Figuring out the optimal rarity of lava golem is definitely my favorite Snake Eye combo topic. Okay, zombie vampire now? Okay, we've given our opponent a Branded in High Spirits. And the rock has appeared, but not in the way you would want it to. So, Appaloosa. Now sequence. Desiree. They have comboed so hard that they have extra material laying around that they genuinely don't need. Like, what do you even turn this Promethean princess into? Because normally that's what you turn into the Appaloosa. Baldrake. Okay. Probably gonna apple that. Imagine they chain the Nibiru though. Imagine. Second Bestial? Nope. Well, still using the Baldrake for good measure to take one negate off of the Apple, I suppose. So Promethean is going to bring back Flamberge. Flamberge can place the IP Masquerena, and then maybe we can turn these into Sunlight Wolf if we play that. We can also negate it to get rid of the Firelock, but then I still don't know what you want to turn it into. You can make a Dark Charmer, I guess, but there's no target for that either. Like, you could turn the Snake Eye Oak into a Linkuriboh and then make Dark Charmer after you negate your Promethean with Desiree, but... Okay, Sunlight Wolf it is. Set 1, pass. I guess that's just good for follow-up. And add the Doomed Dragon back to the extra deck, which is neat. Alright, I think we are, it's safe to say it's 60 card branded here on the side of Abo, which if there's any deck that can break a board like this, I think it's like a 60 card Hour Spell pile. We see Super Poly in the graveyard. We know there's Grass, there's Thrust, all that stuff. So we'll see. Albion Send Retribution is a good start because we already have targets for it in the graveyard with the branded in white, for example. Don't know if we want that, but not bad. Deep in thought. I mean, yeah, this is a hard one to crack for Branded, and Branded is not the easiest deck, especially when you're going second into these boards. We decide to start with the Baldrake. Maybe just check in whether they want to Appaloosa this one or not. We are still in main phase. This is not the battle phase. And we target the Linkuriboh out of all things. None of that. There is Fiendsmith in the graveyard, but we don't want to target that. We want to get rid of the Linkuriboh, and they let us do it. They think... Abo is thinking about chaining another card to this. We are not resolving yet. We are considering responding. And we chain Branded in High Spirits. Okay, so is the plan to discard the Baldrake instead of summoning it? You could do that. Yeah. Reveal the Baldrake. Send Titaniclad. Send the Baldrake. It's still gonna banish because of the way Bystials are worded. The way Bystials are worded, the Linkuriboh will still be banished. Search Fallen of Albaz. Baldrake banish Linkuriboh. Okay. Normal summon is Aluber. That's going to be the Appaloosa negating. No response. Okay, Appaloosa successfully negates the Aluber. No add for Branded Fusion. Battle phase. Attempting to clear the Appaloosa here with the Aluber. Succeeds. Okay. The Appaloosa has been dealt with. Branded Retribution is going to add back that Branded of White. Do we care enough about Branded in White to stop it with Desiree? Banishes the Titanic Lad from the graveyard. That's going to be a Mirror Jade. I mean, the thing is, like, I feel like you maybe wanted to use the Desiree on the Branded in Red because you're forced to use Desiree on Mirror Jade anyways, I feel like. You could also imperm the Mirror Jade, I guess, but it's still pretty big and threatens to run over the Desiree, so... At least Titanic Light is banished. Yeah, but like the Mirror Jade sends another one for cost, right? Like a different card that's also good in the graveyard. It's not like you're gaining something off of this. And now the Desiree has been used and we can finally thrust. I feel like that's kind of what we've been leading up to the entire time. We were trying to get this Triple Tactics thrust live for Branded Fusion or Grass Looks Greener or Talents. Branded Fusion is the card of choice here. But this feels winnable. For Branded, if there's no Ash Blossom on this Branded Fusion. Alright, Serenir and Albaz combined for probably Lubellion. Yeah. This card, Tragedy, for Lubellion effect, which can reset a spell trap from the graveyard potentially. Cannot add with the Tragedy here because Tragedy only adds if it's sent to grave by a card effect, not if you pay a cost with it. Serenir is going to send a Bestial card or a Branded spell trap. Branded Opening. Okay, we get some destruction protection. Remember, there is still a Promethean Princess in the graveyard as well, so getting the Branded Opening in the graveyard here will protect from that potentially. Now the Divine Temple activates to bring out the IP Masquerena, but Borreload Furious Dragon could prevent that if they wanted to. They can also wait and just destroy the Masquerena when it tries to activate, I guess. It's end phase now, okay. End phase means no more IP Masquerena called by the grave all this time, held until the end phase for Albion the Branded Dragon. Which is definitely annoying for Branded here. Because, I mean, here's the thing, right? You're letting your opponent get into their turn with a lot of resources on the board. There's a lot of resources on the board for Anestus right now. And I don't know if this is going to be strong enough of a setup for Branded to survive this turn. My guess is it's not. I don't think it's enough because the Mirror Jade cannot... Can the Mirror Jade activate? It can, right? Because it was Desiree. Yes, it can because it has not successfully resolved last turn, so it can. Sends the Rindbrum to banish, I would guess, the Flamberge. Get rid of that one for good. You still have to worry about the Fiendsmith follow-up here, however. The Fiendsmith follow-up here is quite annoying. So we're gonna start things off with Rindbrum attempting to bring back Fallen of Albaz. I'm not entirely sure what we can still fuse into here that is super meaningful. because we have already... I mean, we have Mirror Jade already out. So what is Fallen of Albaz really threaten here, I suppose? You could make Dragos Stapelia with the Desiree, but there's another Cult by the Grave likely off the top because they would have set that. And that's going to stop the Albaz in his tracks. That is massive. Negates the Albaz. Uses Branded Opening to protect the Furious Dragon, so that we can immediately destroy this Promethean Princess. The problem is, this Desiree still on the board can turn into a Requiem, and I think at this point, I have to double check the graveyard real quick, but I don't think there's another disruption from Branded here. The Mirror Jade has been used, the Furious has been used, this doesn't offer any disruption, no disruption in the graveyard. There is follow-up though, as there always is with Branded, right? Like we have a Despian Tragedy, we have Branded in High Spirits, so there is follow-up, but the thing is, we might not get that far. What is the score? You can see it right next to my my face cam. There, it's 0-0. The current overlay has the score right there. It's kind of small. Well, I didn't make the overlay, but it is there at least. I guess it's easier to see if you know it's there. I don't know if they can win this turn. It depends, because they've already used Promethean Princess in the graveyard, right? So there's no possible Zalantis lines available if they even have the room in the extra deck to play that. But the Fiendsmith cards are looking pretty scary here in terms of the damage. Do they play Agnum Day? No, it's just SP Little Knight. I don't think they win this turn. No, they use SP the Banish, so they definitely won't win this turn. Which means, what are you banishing? They timed out. They timed out. And that is, I suppose, if you go full Snake Eye combo like they did on turn 1, and then they had to think about how they use their disruptions on the opponent's turn as well, with Branded playing into it quite well. And then you have to figure out how to play into that board. You know, it is a skill sometimes in this game how to do it quickly. And that gives Branded the win here in the first game in top 8. Pretty clutch, actually. Pretty clutch. It's funny, they had enough time to click their own field spell with SP Little Knight. Or rather, they took the time. But, I mean, yeah. I think that's a legitimate thing in Master Duel, though. I think timer management is a legitimate skill in this game, and sometimes you lose games because of it. That is part of it. That is definitely part of it, especially when two like super high ceiling decks go against each other. The one that is like stronger or like more experienced with the deck and can make moves quicker, sometimes they're at an advantage because of it. I think that's a legit win con in the game. You know, it's not like they didn't deserve to win or something because the opponent timed out. It's like they did. No, if you can like play with your opponent to the point where they time out because you're like giving them so much of a challenge and they have to think about so much stuff, that's a legit win con. Okay, we see Abo going first here. Interestingly enough. Caught! You have been caught! You queued Tenpai, didn't you, Abo? Aha! They've been soul red. They've been soul red. And Maxied. Soul red and Maxied. Chances are they're both on Tenpai now. Actually, no, Anestis doesn't have Tenpai. Right. It's the Fiendsmith control, right? Most likely. The Fiendsmith Bestial. Okay, so in their mind, here's the thing, right? If Anestis knows that Abo has Branded and Tenpai, then if you just play Fiendsmith Bestial and you just say you go first, what can go wrong, right? It's either Branded and you play a deck with like infinite Bestials, or it's Tenpai and you want to go second against that anyways. So, yeah. Makes sense, I suppose. Or at least I think it makes sense. And we start with Engraver. Here's the thing though. I found that even if you went second with Fiendsmith control into Tenpai, it can sometimes be dangerous because you might not be able to win immediately. And their follow-up turn is still really scary sometimes, especially if they have like their own Bestials or Max C or Molcharmies or whatever. Like it can definitely still struggle. It's just because Tenpai is like Fiendsmith control is inherently pretty slow, all things considered, and Tenpai is the opposite of that. It's very dangerous, and like all the Bestials will not be helping you much. It was a little bit different of a story when it's like Fiendsmith Kashtira, and you can just pick apart their extra deck with Unicorn, or you also have more access to really powerful cards against Tenpai, like Dominus Purge on top of Ash Blossom, just to have like 6 ways to stop Hyman. Was like really clutch. But if your non-engine is a lot of Bestials, then the Tenpai matchup is hard no matter what, I think. The Primite cards would help. Absolutely. The Primite cards would help. Against Tenpai. The Primite cards are very good against Tenpai because Drill Beam can negate like everything. All right, Necroquip Princess. Next step, Lubellion? Question mark? This feels like a Lubellion angle. No, no Lubellion. Ooh, second Lacrima. Okay. Our normal summon here. Guess you can make Chaos Angel now to force the seals. Which then in turn basically wouldn't bounce anything. And Chaos Angel is pretty strong against Tenpai regardless, because it's a light dark Chaos Angel. Yeah. So seals can still activate here, tribute itself, attempt to bounce the Chaos Angel. There's a Molcharmy. That's a little late to the party, but it does work. I think Anest is currently thinking about whether they want to stop this or not. Do you want to stop this Molcharmy? I guess it just depends on how powerful is your hand. Like, how much can you do after this? Can you actually reasonably go for game here? Looks like we won't. So Hieratic Seal is going to activate in the graveyard to summon one from the deck. I think it kind of looks like they have an Ash Blossom here. They thought about ashing the Molcharmi. Now they think about ashing the Hieratic Seals instead, which it is. And they decide to try and not go for a game this turn and just try to ash the Hieratic Seal and try to live the next turn. Activate Magnamut is going to be another draw under the no, that's it's Fuva. It's not Maxi. They don't draw for this. Okay, so this is already 6,000. It's already 6,000. You're almost there. Engraver, equip Requiem would already be enough. Oh no, Requiem has already equipped. Requiem has already equipped. But the thing is, if you can get in for 7,800, you are just one Lacrima burn away from winning. So it's kind of scary. Okay, Abo might have something to say about this. Could be a Bestial on their own. Could be a Dominus Impulse. But they decide not to use anything yet. Can Paradise send Lacrima? Yes, it can. Yes. Fiendsmith in Paradise can send Lacrima from the extra deck. So that's the thing here, right? If you can set up Lacrima, you win the game now. So this Fiendsmith sequence, if it summons Lacrima, the game is over. They need to answer this. And they impulse it. But here's the thing. I don't know if this is enough. Because, once again, they have Lacrima in the graveyard with Requiem. So they can set up Fiendsmith in Paradise on the opponent's turn. Ooh, and they have a Light Fiend in hand to fuse into the Lacrima. And now I don't see a way out here for Abo. I think that's just it. And the third main deck Lacrima here summons Fiendsmith's Lacrima. You draw another card, but at this point, I can't think of a card that will prevent this. Wadapon. Okay, let me phrase it. I can't think of cards that would prevent it. I can't think of a single card that would reasonably be in their deck. Okay. Alright, SP Little Knight. And that's going to be Chainlink 1 Lacrima to inflict 1200 damage. Chainlink 2 SP Little Knight just to chain block for good measure. Just in case, I don't know, Gamma. And that is more than likely going to be the end of Abo's tournament run here. Oh no, actually, dude, I forgot they won game 1. Abo won game 1. I thought they lost because they were losing, but the opponent timeout. No, this means game 3. This means game 3. My bad. Yes, they're not out of it yet. In my head, the game 1 was a branded loss. No pun intended, because I forgot they timed out already. Okay. Cool. That means we see these two go at it one more time. That's a bonus, if anything. That's a bonus, if anything. It means we're getting a third game between these two. And now, what is your guess? I need you guys to tell me right now, what does Abo do right now? Because Abo can Q branded and go first, but then you risk running into Fiendsmith Bestial. Or you just call second with Tenpai. Then you might run into Snake Eyes, which is like, I don't know how comfortable you are with that. Maybe you're comfortable going second into Snake Eyes with Tenpai. The best possible outcome is you go second with Tenpai and your opponent is playing Fiendsmith. Then that's the best case scenario, I think. So I guess for Abo, it just depends on what do you think Anestus is gonna do, and what do you think is like the worst possible outcome. I don't know. We'll see. The good thing is that we as the viewers don't have to make those decisions. We can just enjoy the games. All right, we see Abo going first here. The decision has been made. 60 cards. Branded is the deck of choice here. Hey, dude, you're really... We're gonna watch like a banger of a series back and forth for 40 minutes or something, and then you just pass turn 1? Come on, man. I mean, it does happen. 60 card branded, you know? Sometimes you don't have a play, dude. Sometimes you don't have a play in 60 cards. It do happen. It'd be like that sometimes. Unfortunate. Not what I was hoping for with this match, but it is what it is. Fiendsmith tracked. Searches Lacrima. Discards Fiendsmith in Paradise. Unlucky draw there for Argostars. Don't want to be opening the Paradise, but I don't think we're complaining right now because we just got basically a free turn. Maybe it's a bunch of Bestials. Yeah, that's the best case scenario for Abo. If it's just like a bunch of Bestials, right? A bunch of Bestials. One of them is Ash Blossom onto the Fiendsmith's Requiem here. That is a good one. Because the way Argostars started, I mean, we can still bring back Engraver, but currently, because we've already normal summoned, we do not have like a guaranteed way to get it, like to make a sequence. So this is not the worst position to be in as branded. Like, I think it's very likely that Abo is going to get another turn here, so at least one more draw. I think this Engraver just hits for 2400 now. Or not. Okay, we make a Necroquip. Do we have Lubellion? Oh, okay, of course. My bad. My bad. I underestimated Argostars' power once again. I keep doing that. I keep doing that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, game 1 and game 2 were a little bit more exciting than that one because a relatively mediocre / bad hand here in game number 3 for Abo will spell the end of it. And Argostars will move on to the top 4 here in this Challenger Cup. All right. This was a quick game 3, so we have a little bit of time left. We're going to be checking out this game 3 here, or I would assume it's game 3 because we are still relatively late into the round, but I don't know for sure. Might be game 2. Take it with a grain of salt. We have Sneetrox versus Zany X here. And that is my favorite music to get comboed on. As we see Primite cards in action. Is it Primite Blue Eyes or is it Primite Fiendsmith? Tributing it means Primite Fiendsmith. Summon Skull. White Dust on. Y'all, okay, you guys have to get onto the Dippity technology, alright? Dippity is better. Anyways, Ash Blossom onto the Requiem. The Claire Summon Skull has turn. Beautiful. Primite Roar, Drill Beam setup. Love that. Golem that guards the Millennium. Kind of have to Drill Beam this. I'm telling you right now, that was a Drill Beam. Because that threatens to attack the Summon Skull anyways. We're Drill Beaming the Seng... If you're Drill Beaming the Sengenjin anyways, then... Okay. Oh. Alvar wouldn't lose the Golem. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I've been switching over to Beast of Talvar. I think both of these vanillas are actually outdated. But it is what it is. Bestial is nice here. But Doom Dragon... Why did we target the thing that they were going to tribute for Baldrake? Normal summon Poplar, Primite Roar. But here's the thing. And Veiler. Oh, that's actually clutch. No original for you. Wait, that might end the turn. That might end the turn. We've dealt with Fiendsmith. We've dealt with Normal Summon. We've dealt with Millennium. They need Diabellstar. No Diabellstar past turn. Uh-oh. Someone is getting out Primited. Reset the Drill Beam. Moon of the Closed Heaven. Second Requiem. Lacrima. Engraver. Okay, okay. Cross out Designator. Oh, but that's your second engraver, isn't it? That was your second engraver. Are you sure about that? Are you sure you're comfortable with 0 engravers? Imperm the sequence. And the Summon Skull returns once again, making the Drill Beam live. Lacrima for a Requiem, but no engravers in rotation anywhere is pretty rough. Where? Imduck, the world... Okay. SP Little Knight, but it can't activate. You better... Oh, you have another Primate in hand for Drill Beam, right? I was about to say. We might need that, but I think they have... Yep. I mean... Drill Beam the Oak. And goodbye. Lacrima brings back Sequence. Yeah, we're starting the turn with SP, Sequence, Ether Barrel. This game will go to Primite Fiendsmith. Slowly but surely. Not even using Sequence effect. Lacrima for Engraver. And we drew a Lubellion for good measure. That was not necessary, but sure. Banish your opponent's entire deck, why don't you? All the Fiendsmiths are banished because of Bestials. All the Snake Eye cards are banished because Drill Beam over and over, sure. And that is Fiendsmith Primite taking the win here in the top 8. And I think that'll put them into the top 4 if that was the last game of the series. I don't know, actually. Let me check real quick. That was a win for Zany. There's a win for Sneetrox over here. Yep, that was game 3. So that will put them into the top 4. Wonderful stuff. Fiendsmith Primite representing in top 4. Lovely to see. It looks like we have quite some variety here going on in the top 4, at least from what we've seen so far. Different decks going at it, different versions of Fiendsmith as well. There's like, it's not, Fiendsmith Control is not just one deck, there's different versions of it. Excited to see what the top 4 will bring. We'll be right back with you guys for the top 4 after a very, very short break while the players get set up for the semifinals. And then we will have top 4 and then the finals, as it's crazy how fast this one moved. Very, very smooth. Thank you guys for watching so far. We'll be back with the top 4 in just 2 or 3 minutes, I assume. And then I'll see you guys then. All right, and there we are. Welcome back, everybody. Top 4 of the Challenger Cup. We have been moving at lightning speed through this tournament, despite people playing the relatively slow Fiendsmith control deck a lot today. Very smooth run so far. We are down to just 4 players. I don't know why the other match hasn't started yet. Maybe the other one just finished like in overtime in top 8 and they asked for like a short break. That's why we're jumping into Argostars versus Log here at table 2. Of course, Argostars we've seen a bit of so far in today's tournament, but I don't think we've seen Log today yet. Look what you started, Josh. Everyone playing Primate Fiendsmith. Okay, first of all, I wasn't even the first one to make that deck. That's been other people's work. Second of all, you think that bothers me? I like watching Primate Fiendsmith. I like watching people play the deck. Log over here, Azamina cards is not something we've seen a whole lot of today. And that is interesting. We start with Engraver. We tribute Lacrima for Deception. And then we go Fract into Lurry. Now, is this like Azamina Snake Eyes? It could also just be Azamina Fiendsmith. That is a deck that exists. Because, believe it or not, this is going to shock you, but you can use Azamina cards for something that isn't like a crazy combo starters. Azamina cards have pretty good grind game potential as well, but it looks like this one is just White Force. So not just Azamina Fiendsmith, is Azamina Fiendsmith White Force. Every new Fiendsmith player is a player that plays less water. Yeah, it looks like, from what I can see so far, there's no Mermail in the top 4 unless one of the players has it as a secondary deck. Because we've seen at least one deck from most of the players. Oh, Apo, Nibiru. Oh, the Nibiru Veiler combination. Left, right. That's very strong. Opens Ash, Veiler, and Nibiru going second here. That is definitely something. What I was saying is the only player that I knew was playing Mermail got eliminated in top 32. It's the one we spectated earlier. We watched them win in top 64 with Mermail, and then they lost right after in top 32. I don't know. The cool thing about the new system of the Challenger Cups, where people submit deck lists, is that they have access to some stats. Typically after the Challenger Cups, I don't know exactly when, but they do post stats about the tournaments, like what the meta is like and stuff like that. So we're gonna see at some point how many Mermails did how well and so on and so forth. Like they post those trends and stats now, which is cool. Because before, when they didn't have deck lists and everyone could just play whatever they want in every round, they didn't have those sort of numbers. But now that everyone is submitting the list, they can just say like, okay, this amount of players, like 20% of the field played Blue Eyes and so on and so forth, which is cool. Main deck Lacrima is the best thing that's happened to Macedon. It's a lot less combo heavy is the thing, right? All the Fiendsmith variations. Because the thing is, the Fiendsmith decks also turn other decks slower, right? Like if you're playing Snake Eyes and you're playing against Fiendsmith control, they are probably forcing you to play a slower game, unless you just have a crazy hand. But yeah, that's kind of the point of those cards, to make the game a little slower. All right, we see Argostars here on a pretty good hand going second, I would say. Ash, Veiler, Nibiru, Druisworm, and Fiendsmith Tract. There is a Fiendsmith in Paradise in the graveyard here for Log. Which is definitely, this is also a huge improvement for White Forest, because White Forest is one of the decks that cares the least about drawing Fiendsmith in Paradise. So it just makes the Fiendsmith engine in White Forest a little bit stronger with not much downside. Because normally drawing this card is pretty mediocre. But in White Forest, you can just send it for some of your cards. So you don't mind it that much. Engraver sends Lacrima to the graveyard. Normal summon your own Lacrima. Activate effect. This is not quite enough damage. Also, the Lacrima can bring out Requiem to throw something in the way. The thing is, if you take all this damage, you are in range of Lacrima burn. Which I feel like we should have taken into consideration, maybe? Oh, they already tagged out the Requiem and the Lacrima. Oh yeah, my bad. But now it's just Lacrima Heartmaid and you can't prevent it from burning. And I don't think you can prevent this, even if you send anything with Paradise. Paradise for Desiree. Resolve that effect of Lacrima to summon Engraver. Now you can use... You sent the Lacrima. Maybe if you have Gamma now, because you're forcing it to be Chainlink 1 as the only chain. Nope. Okay. Well then, White Forest goes down, and that's the thing, right? These combo decks are not great into Fiendsmith control because Fiendsmith control specializes on stopping these decks, right? The only decks that are very good against Fiendsmith control are like the combo decks that don't care about some of the interruptions that they play. Like if your deck does not care about Bestials, I think that's a big step, right? Like Mermail, for example. And just in general, like I feel like Mermail is a slightly more immune to the interruptions that Fiendsmith plays compared to like White Forest. Like Mermail also cares less about like Impermanence, Veiler, Ash, that sort of stuff. I don't know. We need a water Bestial? Dude, that exists. It's called DD Crow. All right, we try again with the White Forest here in game number 2. We start off with Dia Bellstar, discarding an Infinite Impermanence. Setting Deception, another attempt at it. Activate Deception, Tribute. Max C from hand. Okay. Gets ashed. Well. Tributing Max C shows some level of confidence, right? Like you're not tributing a Max C just like that. Special LZ is not what I was envisioning as the next play though. Oh, is that just Moon? That hurts, right? That's gotta hurt. Not being able to use the LZ graveyard effect to search. That does not feel ideal here. It also feels like we're not able to go into any sort of White Forest combos anymore, unless you normal summon Sylvie somehow, but I don't think they can have Sylvie. Valor on Lacrima also hurts a lot if you don't have Fiendsmith Engraver in rotation. Uh-oh. It might be a quick one here. This White Forest deck does not seem like it has the greatest matchup into these into the hand trap heavy Fiendsmith control decks. Look, it is genuinely, if this deck becomes popular, it is different times in Master Duel right now. This deck does draw hand trap heavy hands. This is not a sack, but this is what this deck is built to do. This deck on average draws 3 interruptions on like going second. This is not like high rolling. This is average for this deck. That's just how it goes. That's why that deck was good in TCG as well during Snake Eye format. That's what this deck is built to do. The quality of this deck drops a lot if Bystials are not that good in the format, which I guess depends on what other decks are being played. Of course, you can replace the Bystials with other cards, but the fact that the Bystials are just 2,500 bodies that apply pressure is massive for this deck, because otherwise you are operating on a very low ceiling, right? The fact that Bystials are good in the current format just makes this deck so much more powerful. Okay, we have woes here. But can we even synchro like this? I guess you can make Dia Bell with a level 4 tuner, I suppose. How many Lubellions do you usually play? In Fiendsmith Bystial, you'd play 3 Lubellions. There's versions of Fiendsmith Control that don't play Lubellion or don't play that many Bystials at all. But if you're playing Fiendsmith Bystial, you're playing 3 Lubellion. Like with the regained and stuff. Alright, I personally do not see the White Forest deck coming back from this position. It's pretty strong here for Bystial Fiendsmith. The deck's been dominating all the way through today's tournament, to be honest. It's like I feel like that's the story of today, is like Fiendsmith Bystial is now here, right? It's a real deck, and it's good in best of one, I think, is the most important part, because it can go second quite well. It can go second quite well. And I think if it wasn't released at the same time as Mermail, it might be like an even bigger impact. Because I think that could hold it back a little bit if the Mermail Atlantean deck ends up being a real threat. Which we didn't see much of it today, to be fair. But when it went up against Fiendsmith, it won. What do you think about card designs such that Snake Eye can't really use their own synchros and fusions, yet generic links make it? I mean, yeah, I would have preferred if Snake Eye focused more on their own boss monsters. It's just a matter of I think it is intentional though. I think it's intentional. Because whenever you're not putting locks on those cards, you're just gonna have to like you know they're gonna be making the generic boss monsters, of course, right? They have their own boss monsters. They do, yeah. Snake Eye Vengeance Dragon, Snake Eye Doom Dragon. Pretty cool stuff. I think Vengeance Dragon is not in Master Duel yet, but it came out towards the end of the lore as well. So. All right, and Fiendsmith Bestial clean 2-0 here in the semifinal number 1 brings Anestus to the finals. Let's see what the score in the other one is before we go in. The other one is currently 1-0 for Zany. 1-0 for Zany. Memento. Okay, Ghost Ogre is very good against Memento. So that's going to destroy the Dark Blade. And it's not going to be able to destroy anything. We use Triple Tactics Talents to draw 2 cards. They chain Max C because they don't want them to pick up an out afterwards. Draw 2. Activate Memento Mictlan. Set 1 and pass. Okay, Zany using Ghost Ogre and Max C, but getting no draws off of it. The Primite Ether Barrel is a very good one to follow it up with, but setting Primite Roar. Ugh. Setting Primite Roar because it's a quick play spell cannot activate this turn. What are you gonna do with that? Well, summoning White Dust on with the Lordly Load and then making Requiem is one thing you can do. This is a fun interaction between Lordly Load and the Fiendsmith cards. If you declare a normal monster with Lordly Load and summon it, you cannot activate the effects of special summoned monsters on the field this turn. But if you make Requiem with the White Dust on, you can still tag out on the opponent's turn into Lacrima and then send Paradise. And that way, it is still somewhat of a disruption. The Lordly Load by itself. Just White Dust on into Requiem, into Lacrima, into Paradise is at least a disruption, which is pretty good for just being the second effect of this card. All right, Bone Party gets ashed. That's pretty massive. Wait, you had Bone Party? Oh no, you drew Bone Party with talents. Makes sense. Primite Roar in the draw phase, just to put it in the graveyard, which can handle their normal summon. But this horse is pretty massive, if they can't stop it. Yup, they won't stop it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mictlan and Gatic. And Sleepy. That is a pretty massive swing here in the favor of Memento, and I don't know if I don't think you can survive this turn at this point. I don't even know what card you would have to have in hand for this to get through this. Even Nibiru I don't think does it if they play it properly. I don't think Nibiru does it here. Because they can definitely threaten like an Appaloosa before summoning the 5000 or something. Why did we prefer Roar over Drill Beam? I mean, the Drill Beam wouldn't have been life, right? Is the thing. I want to be clear. The only thing that really plays through this was hard draw Tatsuno Toshigo. So like only because they're losing here does not mean they did a wrong thing. Because if they start playing with a normal summon, that doesn't work because Primate Roar banishes it. And if you start with, let's say, Anguish to get to the Tatsuno Toshigo, they can get the Fiendsmith in Paradise before you can summon it. So that also wouldn't have worked. It wasn't that many, like, it wasn't that easy actually for Memento to play through this. They needed the horse hard draw basically. And just because they had that does not mean that like the Primate player made a bad decision. It's just sometimes your setup has a weakness and your opponent has exactly that weakness. So like it happens. If they didn't do a wrong thing, why are they losing? Because you don't always win in Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes you do everything right and it's still not your day. Alright, Akihiron returns. Anguish searches. We have plenty of cards left in hand. So even if we get hit with a potential Nibiru, I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't know. We haven't seen yet whether Agorni is playing Fiendsmith in this deck or not. Maybe we've seen it in previous games and I don't remember, but no. Were you expecting more Mermail representation? Maybe a little bit more. It's a pretty combo heavy deck, which is not everyone's style, I think. Also, I'm like, Maxi is a legit problem for Mermail, right? So I think people might be a little cautious because of that. And it's also relatively new and has some pretty long combo lines, especially if you're going second into boards. It's not the easiest deck. So I think give it some time. I think it's the kind of deck that definitely might develop into a threat, but maybe it won't. I don't know, because like the things I just said are kind of true for Memento as well. And Memento is like, even though you do see it in these tournaments somewhat regularly, my experience from ranked is that you don't see it very often. Like, you will not run into it. Even at master level, you will not run into it frequently. Especially in a time where like Blue Eyes White Dragon is a meta contender and like more mid-rangey and easier to play and everything. Like, a lot of people are pivoting towards that. You think Mermail is as complex as Memento? Going second, I think yes. Going first, I think no. Long decks are worse in Master Duel than TCG. The timer is like a genuine concern, especially when you're just learning a deck. That's true. What makes Mermail good going second? Mermail has some cards that are exceptionally good going second, like the new Poseidra main deck monster. But in general, the concept of sending cards for cost is very hard to interact with. Like, most cards that like negate something or stop something from happening, if the cost has already been paid for it, and the cost is also going to trigger, that's very hard to interact with. Like, let's say your opponent summons Neptibus, sends a Dragoon for cost. At that point, you can choose, Do I use my interaction to interact with the Neptibus, but then the Dragoons is still going to trigger? Or do I hold my interaction for the Dragoons, but then the Neptibus is going to resolve? And so either way, basically, my opponent is doing two things with one card, which makes it interacting with it very inefficient. And that's what's powerful about Mermail, I think. Apo just negates both. Apo just negates both, yeah. But then you still need 2 negates off your Apollousa, and there's still a Neptibus on the field, so sure. Alright, Memento, as we said, was hard to stop here, and in fact was not stopped. And takes down the Fiendsmith control here. And I think that gives us our second finalist, if I remember correctly. Unless... well, hold up. Agorni... no, actually, I did misremember. It's 1-1 now. I was just confused because I thought... for some reason, I thought Fiendsmith went first. Which in my head, I equated that to they lost the previous game, but who knows? All right, one more game before we hop into the finals. They have got 16 minutes left, so comfortably sitting there with enough time. Ah, that was turn 3. Okay, yep, makes sense. Okay. All right, we have one finalist already. Now it's time to figure out who's going to join Anestis in the finals for today's tournament. Is it going to be Zaniax or is it going to be Ogorni? We will find out any moment now when it begins. All right. I'm curious if we're going to see Memento again or what other deck they have in store. First things first, though. We are going to see Zaniax going first before we find out what the opponent is playing with a Primite Lordly Load. All right, Lordly Load is activated, which indicates Primite Fiendsmith is what they've been playing earlier. It could also, maybe they have Primite Blue Eyes as their other deck. We'll find out in a second. Hey Josh, I just got back from locals and made it to second place, which is much better than usual. Congratulations! I'm very happy. You're happy with your local run. All right, Lordly Load for Primite Roar, calling White Dust on reveals that it is Primite Fiendsmith indeed. Summoning out the White Dust on from the Roar, linking into Fiendsmith's Requiem. Attempting to summon out something, but we do get Ash. We do get Ashed on the Requiem. Do we have anything else? We're declaring a monster card name. Summon Skull is going to join from the deck. Do we have... there's probably some set cards here. End phase. Okay, is the set card at least a Drill Beam? Otherwise, this is not the strongest setup, but of course you can have a lot of non-engine behind it here. What's the reasoning for not playing Dippity exactly? Relinquished Anima. It might be Anima. It might also just be... here's the thing, right? Dippity is a Legacy Pack super rare. So with Legacy Packs, you are eventually going to pull it and you can't dismantle it. So I think some people might be tempted to just wait until they pull it, instead of crafting it with 30 super rare points. I don't know. Could be. I mean, most of the time it doesn't make a huge difference. Maybe, especially if you don't play Chaos Angel. If you don't play Chaos Angel, like if you don't have room for Chaos Angel, then the Dippity is actually not better. So like if you don't want to make room for Chaos Angel, then it doesn't matter. All right, Anguish gets banished for Primate Roar, which still lets them full combo if they want to with Mementolan Tatsuno Toshigo. Baguska is also an option with Dippity. Yeah, but at that point, I don't know if you have room for 2 extra deck cards. I'd have to revisit the old list and see if we can make room for all that. Well, we're doing that tomorrow. Tomorrow is great Fiendsmith Gaming Day. Okay, Ash Blossom on the horse is pretty good. Now here's the thing. I hate to say it because I've been the one to put Summon Skull into this deck as well, and I brought it to locals and everything. If this was Beast of Talvar, it would actually survive the attack of the horse. So I have very with great sadness, I have taken out Summon Skull from my deck and I have replaced it with Beast of Talvar. Because sometimes the defense points matter, because you're forced to summon it in defense with Lordly Load. Oh, destroying Sleepy with Bone Party. Surely Driver is the best, so you can play Gamma for free. That is also something I thought about, because most of the time, even though it's not a Fiend, like you still have other good options for rank 6s. However, that is also 0 defense, which is a little annoying sometimes. But yes, that is an option. I do think that is an option. Because Gamma is a pretty strong card, especially in Fiendsmith decks, because very often, you know, Gamma can save you from some pretty weird situations where your opponent ashes your Requiem and you don't have a monster on the field at that moment, or Huvalo's Chain to Requiem, or Ash on Tract, or whatever, or you go Tract for Lurie and they max C, right? Those kind of situations do happen when you're playing a Fiendsmith deck. And so having the Gamma in your deck, I think, has some value for sure. You just have to like test and see if it's worth giving up the Fiend typing and the defense points for it. You also can't use Gamma going second as it's banished. I still think you could, because most of the time that's going to be worth it. And you can just then you can probably still play with just the Dippity as your vanilla, right? Like yeah, it's not like every game you need the level 6, right? But yeah, there's pros and cons for it. I don't think it's like strictly better or strictly worse. Air Eater is level 6 normal fiend, avoids Bestials and makes Caesar and has good stats. Yeah, maybe you pick one that isn't light or dark. That could also be something. Sure. Why not? Could be. Is Air Eater the one that Aerial Eater is like retrained from? That's funny it's funny if you played that one. You're like, I know there's this new thing called Aerial Eater, but I don't want it. I want the old one. This is the one I want. All right, so we are definitely in a precarious spot here with Fiendsmith Primite, but we're not out of it yet. We have not lost the game. We're on 1650 life points, and the opponent has not managed to get to a combined creation. Why didn't we use this in the graveyard so far? Is there anything stopping us from doing that? Oh, it was sent to the graveyard during the battle phase. Okay, my bad. Oh, Air Eater is not in the TCG. Okay. Is it a Master Duel though? Yes, okay. They're scared to release Air Eater because it's too powerful. It's funny, right? It's genuinely funny how being a normal monster, like, is weirdly good sometimes. And you might think there's like a normal monster for every occasion, but there's actually not. There's like certain things you look into with Primite and you will find that there's no fitting normal monster for it. I think I saw a discussion recently somewhere where people were like, there is no level 9 normal monster in the game. It doesn't exist. So like, I think it was like Primite Generator or something that they wanted to play, and you just can't do that. It's not a thing. Just because they still want Blue Eyes to be the biggest? I mean, Blue Eyes could still be the biggest. You could make a level 9 vanilla with worse stats than Blue Eyes. And there's other level 8 normal monsters that have the same as Blue Eyes, so I don't know. Did you know that level 8 is the highest level normal monster? Yeah, yes. Yes, I just said that. I told you this. Are prize cards not level 12 normals? I'm pretty sure the Another Verse are level 8. But I've never counted. I think they're level 8. They're definitely not 12. That's not true. I see heroes end on a level 11 normal monster all the time. Yeah, but that's a token. That's different. Can't declare a token with Primite Roar. Okay, this game is closer than I expected it to be. Somehow, we'll see if Primite can make something happen here in main phase 2. Because they survived last turn, which I already wasn't sure was going to happen. but they did. Now they've outed the SP Little Knight. They had Magnum, which was kind of huge, admittedly. And now we have the Memento Fusion here, which can shuffle from the grave. Has the Combined Creation... Has the Creation King used its effect yet this turn to destroy? No. Okay, so it can just destroy 3 cards now. Uh-oh. Every turn you give Primat is a massive swing to them? Technically, yes, but I would say Memento is kind of like in the same boat in that regard, right? Like Memento, extra turns in Memento also equal a lot of once per turn things that they can do. And once again, we are declaring White Dust on with Lordly Load and calling it a day. Pretty much. Equipping it, you can make Necro Equip with this, I'm pretty sure, unless it says Effect Monster. I think you can, though. Yep. This is the funniest Necro Equip, I think. White Dust on and Requiem. I don't think you can make a funnier Necro Equip. The problem is there's a full Memento graveyard, right? We have Combined Creation already in the grave. We have Fusion already in the grave. We have Bone Party in the grave to give Piercing to Akihiron. Okay. That's the most scary Akihiron I've seen in my life. I've never seen someone give Piercing to Akihiron. I think they just clicked the wrong spell. They wanted to activate Fusion and not Bone Party. They just clicked Bone Party. I don't think it matters, to be fair. This game, I think, is very likely looking like Memento is taking it. Low on time. I mean, they just started their turn, right? And at the start of your own turn, you get a minute. So they have to have at least 1 minute. So yes, maybe they have to hurry a little bit, but they can't be that low yet. Not yet, at least. Okay, Valor on the Anguish is going to give the Necroquip a draw. But we dodge it with the Breakout. 1 minute isn't a lot at all for Memento. Yeah, but have you considered... you haven't considered it because you can't see it, but there's only 15 seconds left in the round. And Memento is currently winning the game, but also up in life points. So, they're winning anyways. No matter how you twist it. And now it is timeout. Now it is timeout. And I mean, to be fair, I don't think this matters here at all whatsoever. Memento is winning this no matter what. They were just on the verge of attacking for game anyways in a couple of steps. Memento takes this game, moves on to the finals. So our finals is going to be Anestis against Agorni. Congratulations for everyone who's made it this far. Let me update the title real quick that we are about to head into the finals. It's been an exciting day, I think. At least I personally have experienced it that way. I think we've seen a lot of new decks have great impact, which is not always that you see that. Especially Fiendsmith Control, which is obviously a deck that is very, very close and dear to my heart. I like that deck a lot. And we've seen it perform, but we've also seen its weaknesses. You know, we've seen its weaknesses. Decks like Memento, decks like Mermail definitely give the deck some trouble. As we've just seen Memento take it down, we've seen Mermail take it down earlier, so it's not like this Hail Mary solution to the format or overpowered game deck that, you know, some other decks maybe were in the past. It's just a solid contender that has some good matchups against some decks, but not all of them. All right. If I don't like Kashtira, what's the best Fiendsmith control build? I mean, at the moment, it looks like it's Bystials, but that might change depending on what other decks people play, right? If people play Mermail, then you don't want to be playing Bystials. I think Primite is a good shout. In Primite, you can play no Bystials at all, but you can play some if you want to. But yeah. We are headed into the grand finals of the tournament today. Between Anestis and Agorni here. So Anestis has been playing what was it? It was Fiendsmith control as well as what was the second deck? I forgot. Was this Snake Eye? May have been Snake Eye. I don't know. And Agorni has been playing Memento, and I don't know the second one. Or maybe I know it and I just forgot. Because we're spectating a lot of different duelists over the course of an entire Challenger Cup. I can give you guys a prediction. Hold up, sure, yeah. Finals. Anestis versus Agorni. Give you guys a minute to predict. And then you guys can vote for who you think is winning the tournament today. Technically, you could and maybe should play Kashtira in there. Here's the thing, right? Kashtira cards are good in Fiendsmith decks, but they are not that great if you're playing a lot of Bystials. And that depends on how good Bystials are. Because against the right matchups, Bystials are definitely better than Kashtira cards. So I think it depends a little bit on that. Also, Kashtira, the engine is just like very small in Master Duel, right? Like, you have 2 Unicorn, 1 Fenrir, 1 Field Spell as like the good Kashtira starters. Other than that, you got nothing. So it's like, it's hard to build a deck around that. Basically, what I'm saying is it's hard to justify skipping all the Bystials for 4 good Kashtira cards, right? But you don't want to play them together. So it's a little weird. All right, and here we go. Game 1 of the finals. For today's Challenger Cup. May the better duelist win. Can we see it? Hello? Ah, there we are. Okay. Okay. I think we're gonna remake that one. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if it's my game or if one of them disconnected right at the start. I don't know. GG. Yeah, great finals, guys. Great game. Can I maybe leave the room and re-enter? Let's see. Let me see if maybe on my end. Aha. Aha. Okay, seems like we need a new room. Let me figure that out real quick. Restart Master Duel? Okay, hold up. Restart Master Duel. You think it's on my end? All right, I'm restarting Master Duel. Nope. Well, I guess the only people that know whether the game is going on right now or not is the two people playing. So I guess I can't ask any of you if they're... Is the problem that I can't spectate, or is the problem that they couldn't play, so they made a new room? Is what I'm trying to figure out. So the weird thing is that I'm being told that they are currently playing in the room. Okay, hold up. Maybe I can go via the room code and not the spectate code. Hold up. Aha! Saved! Alright, excuse the technical difficulties, but we have figured it out. I hope. Yes. Okay. The only thing I don't know is if this is game 1, or if maybe what happened earlier was a disconnect and there's a game win for Argostars already, because I think it was I don't know who disconnected, to be honest. I don't know. I'm asking for the score real quick. Alright, seems like we're passing here. Serenir off the top is pretty good. Banish Requiem, Tribute for Lubellion. Oh, it's 10 pi. Okay. It might be game 1 and Argostars just knew that they were playing Memento and Tenpai and they took the risk of going second. That is a possibility. We can check room replays in a second if they've already finished the previous game in this room. I don't know. I guess we're gonna see it based on how many games they're playing, but I'm a little confused. I'm telling you all, Tenpai Fiendsmith is real. I mean, that's a real deck in the TCG, right? Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith. You can play pretty much the exact same thing in Master Duel. That's a possibility. Like, that's not a bad deck. That is not a bad deck whatsoever. End phase, we're using Hieratic Seals to bounce our own Regained to get the effect to summon one from the deck here. And with this deck having Tenpai cards, ooh, we get Ash on that is huge. Because otherwise that would have been probably game. All right, of course, we put the Regained back on. We have Lubellion off the top here, which is pretty good. Because that's going to basically mean 2 draws off of 1 card. Because we get the Bestial and we get the draw of Regained. Plus, we can recycle whatever we feel like. Seals, for example. Anest is also down to 3,900. Not much. Not much at all. I mean, it's looking like Agorni is winning this game. I currently don't know exactly what the score is because of that weird disconnect situation earlier. Technically, this should be game 1 unless there was a disconnect. Either way, it's looking like Fiendsmith Bestial will walk away victorious from this game as Engraver hits the board. We have enough damage to go into the battle phase, and if there's no interruption from the side of Anestis, nothing to throw in the way, I think Agorni is going to walk away with this one. So there is something. There is something. The Engraver tries to connect, and there is a Bestial on Anestis' end. That is going to mess with this a little bit. We're going to banish the opponent's Magnamoot to stop them from bringing it back with the Regained. Is there another Bestial we can bring back? We can still revive a Serenir with the Regained here. That is going to stop the lethal damage here. And we don't even try to trade the Struisworm because it trades 2 for 1, right? You have to double it and then it still sends something. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we might make like a Fiendsmith sequence. Equip the Engraver with Requiem. What's our Light Fiend count here? We have plenty of Light Fiends in the graveyard. So we can easily make a sequence for a big Desiree or something. Okay, the score is 0-0, so this is game 1, is what I'm being told. Are there any really funny rank 6s? I mean, for the most part, define funny. The ones that Fiendsmith usually plays are Caesar, Constellar Ptolemy M7, and sometimes you see a Volzar Lars. Those are like the 3 big ones, I think. Maybe you could, yeah, Wallow, I guess, Goblin Crazy Beast are like more niche options that are not bad, but like somewhat interesting, yeah. There's some options. True. Is Blue Eyes still tier 1? Tier 1.5 at least, I would say. It's still a strong deck for sure. I think people are using today's tournament to try some new stuff as well. You can't underestimate that factor, right? Like, people want to see what those new cards are all about. So I think people were more likely to play the new cards today than Blue Eyes. Because, you know, you want to get a feel for those cards. So I think Blue Eyes was somewhat underrepresented, but I still think the deck is pretty good. Alright, we have a Fiendsmith tracked here for Anestis. However, I think Lurie is in the graveyard. Yes, it is. So we're gonna have to go Lacrima and then discard Nibiru, the Primal Being here. Didn't get much use out of that one, unfortunately. Here, the thing is we have to outgrind a Branded Regained, which is difficult. Branded Regained is going to bring back Bestial Baldrake. And they haven't gone through Fiendsmith in Paradise yet, I don't think. So that is another layer of interruption here for Agorni. So we have the Baldrake interruption, we have the Hieratic Seals interruption, and we have the Fiendsmith in Paradise interruption here from very little. Which is kind of the strength of the Fiendsmith Bestial decks. Like, you're creating a lot of tension with very few cards invested, which is why you're able to play so many defensive cards in it. And that is going to prompt Anestis. Call it a day here for game number 1. Agorni 1 win away from winning today's Challenger Cup. Anestis having to do some work here. Gonna have to turn it around in game 2 and 3. Otherwise, Agorni will walk away the winner of today's tournament. All right, players back at the table. We are going to see Fiendsmith Tenpai might be something I'm down with. Look, Fiendsmith Tenpai plays very differently from regular Tenpai, I will say. Like, it's much fairer and a little slower in some instances, but like, yeah, it's pretty different. I mean, in the TCG at the moment, they even go first with it. How's finals been? I mean, we're just entering game 2. So far, it's been good. We see Snake Eyes going first here with Sengenjin. Wakes from a Millennium. And there is a Max C activated. That could spell disaster. Oh, it resolves. That might be a game-ending, tournament-ending Maxi here. We'll see. Especially because Fiendsmith Millennium Snake Eye is not the most... Like, it's not easy to stop with that deck, you know? It doesn't have the best plan into Maxi if it doesn't negate it. Especially because we start with a Sengenjin here, which just pays 2,000 life points, making it even easier for the opponent to end the game if we just pass. We're gonna have to wait and see what exactly the plan is moving forward. We might have a Droll Lockbird to stop this, but that also cancels out the other part of our Millennium cards here. Okay, we do have the Droll Lockbird. All right. This is the worst answer to Max C, but it is an answer to Max C. We chain Wanted to it. That's good. That's something. All right. Wanted for the Argostars means we have access to the Snake Eye portion of the deck. It's going to be rather suboptimal with the Snake Eye cards, I should say, because you can't search with Snake Eye Ash. But at least it combos. It does play. It does play. Alright, and because the adding from the Golem is not mandatory, you can still summon it. You just don't get the field spell because of your own Droll Lockbird. But you can still pivot into Fiendsmith now, and then get the Requiem equipped, and send the equip spell for the Argostar, and so on and so forth. There are lines available here for Anestus. It is not over yet. Of course, on the other hand, though, we have a Gorny still with 5 cards in hand. Basically forcing the opponent to droll themselves with this Max C without even losing a card. Requiem tries to equip to this Engraver. Is this where the first Bestial goes down? No, it's not. So the Requiem is going to be our send for the Argostar. And that is hit with an infinite impermanence. That's when it's really dangerous under Droll, is when you get hit with further interaction. Now, we still have the Fiendsmith sequence available, but we didn't go through Lacrima. Maybe we don't play Lacrima in Snake Eyes? It's possible. But we still have sequence into Desiree potentially, or into Lacrima Revive Engraver. There's more. There is more. It is not 0-0 indeed. Thank you for pointing that out. Alright, sequence gets chained to with the Druis Worm. They're trying to prevent the Desiree from coming down. So we're banishing Requiem here, basically forcing Anestus into a very niche. They only have one choice here. They have to make Fiendsmith's Lacrima and add the banished Requiem back to the extra deck. The reason why I think they're doing this is because they otherwise are going to go sequence, make Desiree, and then they could just equip the sequence from the field to the Desiree, which makes it so you can't really do anything with that Druis Worm. So, gonna go for the Druis Worm beforehand to make sure there's no Desiree coming down. Which still does kind of... These Bestials, when you chain them to sequence, they don't feel great. It definitely feels better to Bestial something that stays banished, right? Because in this instance, they banished the Requiem knowing it goes back into the extra deck. Which never feels great to do, but I understand why they did it here. It's just what you have to do if you can't beat Desiree at the moment, I suppose. So what's the alternative here for Anestus? We're not getting full Snake Eye combo. I don't think so. Unless we have a normal summon for a Snake Eye card. So it might just be SP Little Knight, banish the Druid Worm. I feel is what we're gonna see. Other than that, I don't know what else this can really do. I mean, we haven't seen a normal summon yet, so that's the big question. Is there a good normal summon? I don't think the Snake Eye deck has room for Agnum Day in the extra deck. It typically does not run it. There is a Snake Eye normal summon. Okay. Oh, well, Underdroll and Lockbird, this hurts a lot. But, this can go into Oak. Oak can revive the Ash. And then you can go into Flamberge. And Flamberge has 2 revival targets now. Okay. We can make Promethean Princess here if we want to. Bring back the 2 level 1s. Use Princess to bring back the Flamberge. You know, there's ways here. There is ways here. There it is. Flamberge effect. Brings back Oak. Brings back Ash. Promethean brings back Flamberge. Listening to you. These guys are good enough without having to hear me say what they could do. Don't worry about that. Alright. Sunlight Wolf here makes it so we can add back a fire monster to the hand from the graveyard if we so want to, but I actually kind of doubt that we want to do that. Because if the only fire monsters in the graveyard right now are Oak and Ash, meaning that if we return one from the graveyard to the hand now, we don't have targets for Flamberge. So we don't use the Sunlight Wolf, we just make SP Little Knight here. So we're gonna be ending on SP Little Knight, Flamberge, with Promethean Princess in the graveyard, and something that the Flamberge is gonna put into the spell trap zone here. I don't know what that would be. Maybe Diabell Star just for follow-up. I think that's the most likely. Why even make Wolf? Because you have to make a fire. You have to make a fire to get out of the Promethean Princess lock. Yeah. And set 1. Honestly, considering you were hit with Max C, had to droll yourself, and then they had Imperm and Druid Swarm, this is pretty respectable. This is pretty strong. Even, but their hand was also pretty strong. They had Sengen, Jin, Ash, and Wanted, which is a lot. They had a lot. It's Tenpai again. Okay, Tenpai Fiendsmith. Normal summon of Genroku is already scary. That's already scary. I mean, you can basically, you know, the set card is not called by the grave, because we would have called by the grave the Maxi. This is most likely an impermanence. Doesn't Princess just beat this? Technically, this is not enough, yes. Because you can go SP Little Knight here onto the Pydra, and then if they go Kaiman to summon Chandra, you can Princess it. So yes, you technically don't even need the set card. Oh. Oh, oh? Oh god. Dude! What about Maxi number 2? Oh man, that's a lot of cards. That's a lot of cards. One for Diabellstar, one for Promethean, and then you just don't activate Flamberge, right? You just can't activate Flamberge right now. Oh, and they have Kaiman guaranteed now. There's no way you trigger Flamberge. Okay, Paul Drake. And here's the thing, right? Here is the thing. They might not be able to finish the game off of like the Tenpai cards this turn. But if this is Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith, they don't have to win this turn. They could just like attack this SP Little Knight and then go into Fiendsmith in main phase 2. Like this deck does not depend on ending the game immediately. It can do that with the Tenpai cards in it. It's an option you have. Are they dragon locked? They are locked into dragons in this particular instance, but like they don't have to go into Fiendsmith immediately. This could be a long-term thingy, right? This has to be infinite impermanence. This just has to be infinite impermanence. Yeah. They can't chain the Chundra here because they have a Bestial available. Oh, okay. Never mind. Goodbye. They had me worried there for a second because of how long they took to select Imperm. I thought maybe they didn't have Imperm in their deck. But there is an Imperm. And we're going to see if Anestus lets them play it out. Or if they just go, yup, you got it. Because this Tenpai Dragon Chundra is definitely going to have enough damage in it to end the game here. And Tenpai, after all the Forbidden Unlimited list hits it's received, still turns up here. And of course, with a little help from Bestials and Fiendsmith and Maxi, will take this Challenger Cup ultimately. I mean, 3,100 life points left. Not even the biggest challenge. It's Tenpai can do 10 times that amount. But in this case, that is going to be Agorni winning this Challenger Cup today with Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith here in the final game. Just going through the motions. Fadra, one more Synchro Summon in the battle phase here. That's going to probably be Transcendent Dragon, which will make Anestus unable to respond or do anything at this point. There it is. That's going to be attacking over. Well, not yet. The order in which you take these actions does not really matter. Destroys the set original. Chundra Synchro Summons. I think Trident Dragion is going to make a little guest appearance here, even though we definitely don't need it. But we are going through it. And there it is. Trident Dragion. Activate its effect. Destroy 2, gets 2 extra attacks. We're going all out. We're going all out. We're showcasing Tenpai's full damage potential. Transcendent Dragion returns from the graveyard, destroys the Promethean Princess. And with this attack off the Transcendent, Agorni wins today's Challenger Cup, showcasing the full potential of Tenpai Bestial Fiendsmith. Wonderful. Okay. With a little help from 2 Maxis, I suppose, on both turns. That was pretty good. And I thank you guys for watching today. Thank you all for playing as well. If you played in the tournament, I hope you had a good time, whether you were playing or watching. I certainly did. Very much enjoyed seeing a lot of the new cards as well, matching up against some of the older cards. It was definitely insightful. It was definitely entertaining. Thank you guys for tuning in. And thank you to Konami, of course, for sponsoring the Challenger Cups as always. Wish you guys a pleasant rest of your Sunday. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live tomorrow playing the new cards myself. And yeah, hope you guys have a wonderful rest to your weekend. I'll pay out the prediction real quick, and then I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you everyone for watching. Bye bye. Peace.